Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Sorry about the late start. I've been down a freaking rabbit hole here about assembly line jigs for late 60s muscle cars. Gee, I wonder why we're doing that. Gee, that's weird. All right, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Down a rabbit hole. Who are you, Alice? No. I'm EJ. Haven't seen a lift on Ship 35 all day. Looks good for tonight, hopefully. Yeah, they Starship static fired last night. Pretty good, pretty good. You're enjoying your double bacon Sonic burger. Okay. It doesn't sound like anything you'd be interested in at all. Yeah. I mean, we could find some pictures. The reason why I'm looking through pictures, guys, for these cars, there we go. That's the factory. That's Lynch Road. That's where my car was made. That factory. There's a better picture of it. Yep. There's pictures of the cars rolling off the line. They made Superbirds there too. Pretty cool. So there we go. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. See these pictures? I'm trying to see where they picked up on this stuff, like where the factory would lift the car, and what points they would pick up on it for making the unibody, right? The reason why is because the details there will show, that's a Camaro, or no, that's a Firebird. The details there will show exactly, where we should build reinforcement into the chassis when we go to replace the abomination that we found in the back of the car yesterday. If you guys didn't notice, if you guys didn't watch the car from yesterday, the car stream from yesterday, it wasn't great. It wasn't, we found a nightmare back there. Yeah, the rear quarters on the car are completely gone. They've been patched and they were pop riveted into place, and it's not great. It's not great. This part is gone. There's somebody just riveted a piece of metal in behind the trim to make it look nice. And yeah, it wasn't great. That's pretty much what we're probably gonna have to do with the car right there. The problem is that I'm not sure we can get 4-door quarter panels. We might need to buy a 2-door quarter panel and cut it up, which would really suck. Also, actually, this is a good picture to show. The trunk extensions, that's the trunk extension. That's what it should look like. That's gone. Somebody went in here to patch this thing and cut this completely up. They cut it right, like pretty much right there. Yeah, this is all structure. That's all structural parts of the car. See how the wheelhouse, the outer wheelhouse goes down and it picks up on the trunk extension? This is all gone on ours. Yeah. There's a lot of car on the ground. Yeah. I really like the pin jig idea. Well, that seems to be the way to do it. And that's from what I can tell, that's pretty much what everybody does. Where was that link that I posted a second ago about the assembly line? Yeah, there's a clip from Graveyard Cars here. This is what I want to show you.
Built unique
Here.
racks. We call them frame jigs.
That
have predetermined locations in them for all of the holes, the alignment holes in the frame rails of these unibodies. So we can't get it wrong. We can't get, as far as the structural part of it, as far as the frame rails, X, Y, and Z, length, width, and height. They're all established. Once you have that frame rail down and into place, You still have a rear body
Hey,
panel
Starlight.
and a quarter panel and wheelhouses that have nothing to
I
do
don't know,
with the
Rare.
frame jig.
I don't think
how
so,
high
Rare.
you set
So
them, how low you set
he
them.
wouldn't do that. That guy had way too nice of cars to do something like that. To do a patch job like that. The cut marks from the tin snips were rusty as hell. And the panels that we did end up pulling off were also extremely rusty. That patch has been there for a long time.
Side to side, those are all the areas that you have to be so crucial with all your
Nice,
measurements.
Methane. There you go.
Go out and measure an original car. Those
Yeah, see, the
will
jig
of the
piece, we got to build,
long.
we got to
All your
essentially
movement.
build a transport stand for this thing. We got to build a transport stand. That's what we got to do. Like the transport stools that they use for starships.
All of your
We have to build
chances
that
of doing anything go
for
away.
the car.
And metal moves. Everybody knows that metal moves when you weld it.
He's right.
This thing could move quite a bit. I built unique racks.
That thing, we have to make that. I don't know how to, I mean, I know how to. I gotta go find a place to get metal stock. There's a nice coronet right there. Hey, nice rack. Yep. See the torsion bar cross member? That part is kind of not great on our car. But yeah,
We
that's
call them frame jigs.
that right there. There's the K member. That's what holds the engine and the front suspension together. That goes right here. It basically holds the two front frame rails together. Are you going to ask Philip to get you the metal delivered? I don't think him procuring stuff in Texas is a good idea for me up in Massachusetts. Online Metals is a good place to start. Online Metals. Metals cut fast, ship faster, ordered by 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Oh. I mean, there's plenty of local metal supply around here, dude. Maybe I should just go there. It might be cheaper. McMaster Car has metal? Yeah, that was Graveyard Cars. Yeah, see the jig? That's what we got to... I have to make that. So, where are they picking up on the frame rails? They're picking up on the frame rails at the front, right here. Which, if we go and look at the assembly line pictures that I was looking at a second ago, that seems to be very much what they're doing, what they did from the factory. And knowing Graveyard Cars, that show, that guy is very much, that's Mark Warman, the guy that was talking. He's very much obsessed with mimicking the factory. So we have a front frame rail rear frame rail front perch, rear frame rail rear perch right there. Those are the front frame rails right there, and that essentially is the big structure of the car. Now, if you notice, there's nothing connecting those rear frame rails to the front frame rails. That's what the rockers are for. That's what the outer part is for. The frame kind of goes out and around this way, across that way, and back. That's why I was so obsessed with making sure that the rear pan was fine, because that's a huge structural piece. Now, see these little tabs on the end here and here? We're missing those parts. Those are rusted. They're gone. But the frame rails are still good. We making a frame jig? I'm probably... I mean, if we want to do it right, Goalie, I'm probably going to have to. Two things, though. How the heck am I going to get the car up on the frame jig once we make it? That's something that I'm kind of struggling with right now. A lift would do it. A lift would be to lift the car up and then set it down on the jig. Yeah. The jacks, where are we gonna jack it up, Trenton? Where are we gonna jack this thing up to where the frame jig can go underneath it? Right? How are you gonna get that high enough up in the air? Honestly, if you're getting this time to work, it's time for a lift. Yep. Well, guys, I want a lift, but I'm waiting on a freaking lift. Waiting on one because the accountant forgot to do my freaking taxes. Give me 1 second. I need to see how much cash we have in the bank for allocated for the stream. Lift merch. Copy paste truck shirts, but with a lift. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and McLean had a slit in their glove on the the NASA EVA that's working. That's going on right now. It's okay. Everything's fine. Without a lift, you can punch the axle out and use that with a bigger crane. Just guys, like, okay, so here's the thing. I want to get this thing done. I want it done. I'm not. We started taking apart a car. This is not like, oh, okay, we'll just leave it. We'll get to it. No. I had a bad experience doing that. I'm not doing that again. We're not doing that. We got it. We dug into the project. We have to do it. Oh, hang on. Look. There's a 4-door Coronet. That's the car. It's not our car exactly, but there's a wagon over there. All right, where are they picking up? Front frame rail. They're hoisting from the front frame rail points. See that? And they're probably hoisting from the rear frame rail points as well. That actually is our car. That's the same. It's not the exact car, but it's the same. It's a 69 Coronet sedan. Okay, Baron. That's cool. So their jigs pick up on the front frame rail. It looks like the torsion bar cross member. And then probably the rear frame rails. If I had to guess, that's probably the same thing. The jig that Graveyard Cars made. That's probably the same. But that's very interesting that I actually found a frick. Oh, what is this? What's all this then?
For the lift fund.
Oh, jeez, dude, I already have enough. I already have enough for the dang thing. My problem is that money is frozen right now until I get my stupid taxes back. I can't do anything with it. Jeez, you guys are too nice to me. You're too nice to me. You're encouraging my crappy habits.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nianix. 18-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, dude, the Coronet station wagon. Pretty cool. What is the thickness of the concrete in the garage? Do you know? It's a heavy slab. That's all the guy told me, Geek. It should be enough for a lift. The guy, this was the guy's words when I asked him about it. I asked the seller about it when he came back. They came back a little while ago. I asked him, I go, how thick is the concrete under there? Here's what he said verbatim. He said, that concrete is extremely thick. The reason why it's extremely thick and I wanted a big slab is because I wanted to park my work truck in here and I didn't want to worry about cracking the floor. He had a work truck in there, the guy had a work truck, it was a van, but it was a 4x4 van, somewhere in the size, like a big old Econoline van. Somewhere basically about the size of Bluefus, give or take. So, those were his words verbatim. I don't know exactly how thick the slab is, but I know it's a thick slab. I don't know if he said 6 to 8, but it's thick. It's not like a 4-inch slab. It's a thick slab. I know it's a thick slab just walking on it. You can tell. It's good enough for a lift. That's what I'm getting at. How long does it take for an accountant to submit taxes? Yeah. I don't know. I have to call him and figure it out. What is this? Oh, that's new stuff. I don't care about that. Where was that picture? There we go. See if we can find anything else like that. Oh, here we go. Nah, that's the Rouge. That's Mustangs. Similar idea, though, but the jig is picking up on the wrong spots because it's a Mustang, not a Charger. On the other hand, though, I do see people slicing into these things. I see people slicing into these dang cars while they're just with the tires on. That seems to be a thing. I've seen plenty of YouTubers. I was watching last night for some research. I was watching Chris Birdsong, who's really good at doing this stuff. He did the General Mayhem's trunk pan and extensions and stuff. He did that when the car was on jack stand. So maybe it's just if the car is level, it's all we need. And just he didn't even use structural bracing. How straight are those cars? I don't know. Can you dig on the side of the garage and see how far down it goes? Yeah, probably, but yeah, I can do that. I'll get back to you. I could also just go look at the permits. I could go pull the permits for the building and get the plans for it. That shouldn't be too hard. Look up A-frame hoist. We can connect that to a box beam under the frame. Yeah, I know. We could put a gantry crane in the garage as an interim thing. Actually, between the gantry crane and the lift, that would actually be super useful. What I'm trying to do is see if we can replicate the assembly line. That's what I need well, we need equipment to do that. You need to drill the bolt holes for the lift anyway, so you're going to have to, so you'll know then, yeah. Like I said, people seem to be doing this on jack stands too. That one's on a frame jig right there. Built from scratch. Oh, that kid do cam racing. I was looking at him. That guy's a hell of a fabricator. Kid's real good. Let's pull up this picture and see if we can see anything else. So how is the IRL my summer car? Okay, I should probably get out in the garage and do work, but what I'm trying to do is just figure out some research here as to how, like, what I want to do is I want to figure out how the thing was made from the factory, just because, like, it'll help us putting it back together. And from everything that I'm seeing here, we'd need a gantry crane, or we would need, yeah, see, that's how they do it nowadays. I mean, it's still on a frame jig to an extent. Yeah, Havocs, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we could make the frame jig. I can, like we can get the metal and I can make this. That's not an issue. How am I going to get the car on it without, you know, like, how are we going to do that? Like, this is not an unsolvable problem, dudes. It's just something that we got to figure out. Build a modular frame jig so we could use it on future projects. Is the screen flickering for anybody else? No, a bit? No? Okay, that's just me. All right. Tori Bruno just said that Vulcan needs another certification flight because they're making a Leo optimized Centaur that needs its own flight for certification. Yeah, we've seen that. Yep, yep. A frame hoist? A-frame hoist? That's what, yeah, that's what RC, that's what Goalie was suggesting. It did for you. A modular jig that can be installed a section at a time. Could do that. I could, yeah, we could do that. Can you move it when it's on the jig? If so, you can lift the car onto it outside. It's gravel around the shop, Sig. We can't lift on that. Did flicker once or twice. All right, cool. No. All right, cool. All right. It's just my monitors then. Are you faster at car assembly than these Germans? Probably not. But there's more of them than me. You see, everybody seems to be okay with pulling quarters on these things. Well, it's just sitting on the tires. But the frame may be better than yours. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I mean, see this? See the wheelhouse right there? Ours is gone. It's gone. I'm telling you, it's gone all up in here. I was crunching it yesterday with my hand. That's not what metal should do. You shouldn't be able to crunch, just dissolve metal. The wheelhouse left the chat. It Thanos'd itself over 56 years. That's fine. And the trunk extension was cut out. We saw that, and then there was a patch panel in its place. That was bondoed and riveted. Woof. Dude, you did a burnout in it as is. I think you'd be fine repairing it. Zorax, that might be the way that we have to do it. And it kind of jives on me pretty hard. But it's probably gonna have to be the way that we're gonna do this one. This is not me asking for cash. Full stop. Do not do that. I don't have the funds to fix the car and do the lift right now. Here's the thing. I do, but it's, once again, I gotta wait until figure out what's going on with my taxes and stuff. How big is the return gonna be? We're on an extension, so we're gonna get a return, which is good. I gotta figure out how that's all gonna work. And the thing is that I underestimated, not by much, but I definitely underestimated how much we're going to need. I was kind of really hoping that the quarters were okay. Patch quarters are $570 a pop. 2 of them, plus a shipping fee because it's big. You buy 2 quarters, you're going to be out $1,500. That's bad. That's really bad. I was really hoping that the quarters would just need to be patched a little bit and call it a day. Now, the flip side of that is that we can make the parts. We can make them. The screen just flickered. Okay, it is flickering. I'll restart the computer after the stream or something.
Oh, this is space.
The way that life can suck. Don't do that. I said don't do that. I just wanted to be disobedient. Whatever. Okay, so yeah, the quarters, we're gonna have to figure something out. That was another big kick in the nuts. Like, I can take gut punches, but a crotch shot is just, ugh. Everything up until this point has been kidney shots and gut punches. The quarter panel patch was a kick in the balls. I'm like, oh, okay, I can only take so much. So I'm gonna have to think about this. I'm gonna have to think about how this is all gonna come together. How much is a new one? $560 a pop plus $200 shipping fee because it's a big piece. And then, what sucks about that even more, all systems, is that we're not gonna even use the whole damn quarter panel. I'm only gonna use up until here, and then I gotta figure out a way to get it to jive with the door that I have that's right here.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Money to help with car.
I just said don't do that. Damn it. I have the money. I have the money to do it. I just can't get at it right now. I said don't. I just said don't do that. Ugh. Be quiet and allow us to help. Whatever. Whatever. Clearly I have no say in this, so whatever. I didn't gift as I felt you asked. I gifted as you have and will continue to provide hundreds of hours of ready entertainment, viewing ridiculous amounts of knowledge and passion for what you do. Plus, you're just a good guy. However you feel about it, thank you. Yeah, I got you. Hey, Togalok. ¿Cómo se va? Yeah, très bien, merci. I've put it. The garage floor is pretty damn level, Hellfish. It might be a little bit going in one way or another, like in certain spots, but it's pretty damn level. May I dare ask what state you live in? I'm from Massachusetts, Togalok. Here, I'll show you. Why do you ask? So, here's the United States. See this small guy up here? This little small guy? This is where I'm from. Specifically, I'm basically right here. I don't live in the city anymore. I moved down here. I live in the woods now. Like this is pretty damn rural here. This is an area of Massachusetts called the South Shore because it's south of Boston, South Shore. And then up here, guess what? Guess what that's called? That's called the North Shore. I know, that's right. It goes in the square hole. Because I fly almost every week to the U.S. Atlanta last week, Miami on Sunday. Nice. I live in Hingham. You're from Weymouth. Oh, Jimmy, you live down the street from me, which is pretty cool. Bro, do you know any metal suppliers around, dude? Figure I'd straight up ask, man. I need some tube stock to freaking build this. But hey, we'll do it. Like the South Shore, dude. I like down here because it's just a bunch of working class people. Like this is where all the trades are. So like there's electricians, there's plumbers, there's body shops, there's metal supply. There's all kinds of good stuff down here, which is great. I thought Boston was in the top left of the U.S. Please don't hit me. No, Boston's over here. Seattle is the top left. So, yeah, Seattle's over here. So the corners, for the most part, you have Miami down here. You have Boston up there. Boston isn't the farthest corner. Up in the woods in Maine is, but Seattle's over here. San Diego's over here, and Los Angeles is just north of that. Fun fact, Shrizek, there is a road you can drive on the same road from Boston to Seattle. There's one highway that connects Seattle to Boston, which is pretty sick. Anyway, yeah. Living hanging on me from Weymouth. Jimmy, that's cool, dude. Yeah, dude, you're from right up the street from me. My old man grew up in Quincy. He was a Quincy guy. So the reason why I moved down here is because I know the area. Because I was always down here on the South Shore when I was younger because my dad's from around here. So all Cape metals. Cape Cod steel source. Okay. All Cape metals. Yeah. All right, cool. So, yeah, like I said, I didn't think that sourcing it was a problem. I got to figure out where I can go and who I can get to. South Shore's king, North Shore's trash. There you go, man. I love the South Shore. South Shore's amazing, dude. This place is great. Do you know why this place is great, Jimmy? Because people that come down here on vacation, they just keep going down Route 3 and they go to Cape Cod. They drive right by. It's great. I love it. Just keep going. Bye-bye. Still the wrong Cape. Yep. Yeah, they just drive down the highway and they just keep going, and everybody goes down here. It's fantastic. I love it. I love it, dude.
Discovery. Go
Local races should be able to put it in touch with metal tubing. Yeah, Rochelle, I'll figure that stuff out, dude. Yeah, we do have cranberries. That's right. There's cranberry bugs all around where I'm at, which is pretty cool. GSF, you from the hood? What's up, man? I still think it would be wise and worth it to just wait for a lift to do the heavy lifting stuff. So much simpler and worth it than trying to finagle something with jack stands or a crane or whatever. Yep. Yeah, Boston is probably your favorite city in the U.S. It's a pretty cool place, dude. If you like history, yeah, it's pretty sick. What the frick, dude? Stop doing that. I feel like such a putz when I talk to you guys about money. I hate doing it. I hate doing it. I'm not asking. I'm serious. This isn't one of those reverse psychology things, dude. You guys already paid enough for the damn lift. I'll find one. I gotta find it, but I don't have the money to do it. Pretty much, Peter. Hey, United. I'm doing all right. But anyway, all right. Let's get to work, dudes. Let's get out in the garage. That's what a reverse psychologist would say. I visited Boston once. The history part was awesome, and I got to get to a Red Sox game as well. It's a cool city, dude. It really is. The history is so cool to me, man. Especially with the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. It's going to be awesome. It's really good stuff. Is the Ford up and running? Yep. We're working on this thing now. Oh, give it a second. We're working on that now. Great series you're doing on workers and resources. Thanks, United. Yeah. We'll get back to workers on Monday. Monday is my workers' day. Dual exhaust? I had true duals installed on this car in 2018 or 2017. Somewhere around there. The truck runs. Yeah, I was driving it around last weekend, dude. Go for a cruise. It's nice. Mark, you love the Project Car streams? Cool. Will you edit the videos of the car work and make a YouTube playlist? I guess no time, really. Well, Peter, the VODs are good enough, dude. For now, because, yeah, I don't have time to edit all these videos. I'm streaming. Clayton, Monday is your 47th birthday. Well, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. All right, let's get out in the garage and we'll figure out what else we need to take apart. I got to drop the gas tank. And yeah, I gotta drop the gas tank. Yeah, we gotta do that. And Shaw, just going back to what you were saying about heavy lifting with the lift and stuff, I agree. I agree, but there's more structure in the back of this car than there is at the front. Well, okay. I still think we can do this work. We could do the trunk pan and stuff. The frame rails are fine. Well, we'll have to be absolutely sure, but how's progress with the car? Red, I keep finding more rust on it. This thing has more rust on it than a 1980s British Leyland Mini, which is pretty impressive. I just got to think about how we're going to do it. We're going to do this, but we got to disassemble more to really figure this out. Let's what's the rush to car ratio? I'd say this is about 70%, nah, maybe 60% car, 40% rust. There's still a lot of car here, but yeah, can it still be done? Yeah. Like a short of you reacting to the Bondo yesterday would fly on YouTube. I can tell Drummer to get on that. Oh, that's not good. Hey, BL cars are made of rust. Don't knock BL. Yeah. Don't knock BL. Are you serious? Like, what do you want me to do? Say they made a good car? I don't lie to my friends, Red. I don't do that. we don't lie to each other. Come on, man. Oh yeah, they made a great car. You know? yeah, it's real. It was really well. They're really well made with superior quality. All right, I'm going to the garage. It's ridiculous. I'm going out to the garage. I'll see you guys in a second. Let's get out there. Test. Test. Wait, you can mute these things? Hold on. Really? Oh, you can mute them. I didn't know that. Oh, that's sick. I muted it by accident. All right, excellent. How are we? Yeah, you can quick mute them by hitting the button, by just tapping the button once. That's super cool. Hell yeah. All right. Today I learned. These mics are really sweet. Das recommended them, so, you know. Of course it's not going to suck. Hey, where's the camera? Come on now. Come on back now. Come on. Hello? Ah, there we go. I need to turn you up a bit. Here, I'll boost it. I'll boost it over here just a little bit. Okay, so muted camera, nice. Okay, we're back at it. Let's get to it. You know, like, yeah, we gotta figure this one out. What we found in here yesterday was bad, not good. So I thought, like, once again, guys, I was banking on these quarters being okay, and that's more of the quarter panel is that big sweeping back of the car right here. This whole thing, this is a huge piece of metal all the way to the door, right? I was banking on this thing being all right and maybe having to patch just a little bit of it. But the reality of the situation is that somebody pop riveted in probably like the 70s or the 80s. Somebody pop riveted a patch panel like this, and the trim piece was over it to make it look like it's one piece. This, yeah, everything that was supposed to be down here is gone. There's supposed to be a trunk extension that goes down to about here, and then the quarter panel is supposed to pick up on the trunk extension to kind of triangulate everything and make it so it isn't like that. Yeah, this pop riveted piece is not structural. It's not good. So this was supposed to, I mean, the quarter panel is supposed to go all the way down to about here. It's supposed to, like, kind of go inwards, like tuck up underneath. It's yeah. Nope. Both sides are like that. And once again, this is why I kind of was sitting in the office to start this part, like kind of thinking about like assembly lines and how they work and how we're gonna have to do this, et cetera, because I'll be honest, I'm not gonna quit. We're not quitting. I'm not gonna tap out, but I'm starting to get a little overwhelmed. This is a lot. It's a lot. Now, the floorboards, all the stuff that we found up in the floorboards up there, fixable. That's the structural parts that we're talking about. You can buy all those parts. You can buy replacements. That's not a big deal, right? You can buy replacement floors. What I have, because the floors on a 2-door and a 4-door car are the same. And the 2-door cars are really popular. And I have a wedgie, I'm not gonna lie to you. The 2-door cars are really popular, the 4-door cars are not. So the reason why I was really banking on these quarter panels, like really hoping that these quarter panels would be okay, is because anything that has to do with this car having 4 doors, so anything that's dissimilar from the 2-door cars, they really don't make those parts because no one cares about 4 doors. They don't give a fuck. This car is worth nothing. Just focus on the areas that can be fixed easily and leave the rest for later. So here's the conundrum that I'm having, zombie. If I do that, we need to get the car up. I need to get the car up off the ground. Yeah, I know what people are going to say. Oh, just jack and jack stands, right? Well, the problem is if I jack the center of the car is what needs to be patched. The front of the car seems to be pretty okay. If we jack up the front of the car and then jack up, well, what's left of the rear of the car, we could have the car do this. It could bend. It could taco itself. We don't want that. We don't want that to happen, but it could. I mean, for what it's worth, guys, we had the car up on jacks before, and I would have noticed if it was bending or something. The reason why I would have noticed is because when I had the car up on jack stands, like when we were messing with the transmission and stuff, the doors could still open and close. That's a really dead giveaway that the chassis is flexing if the doors can't open, or if the doors can't open and or can't close, right? So see how this door, it shuts, and it, oh shit. That. That's not good. That's not good at all. Does this one still work? That one works. What about on the other side? See how it didn't shut. It didn't shut all the way. That means the chassis is bent a little bit. It's a little bit off. Because this door would have, if everything was straight, this door would have opened and closed. I closed right that time. Maybe it was just me. I mean, a chassis already didn't flex from fricking me opening and closing the door. That one closes just fine. The driver's side door needs new hinges, so it never closed right. It's never closed right since I've owned the car, so. Why do you have to go and jinx yourself like that? Streamer luck, dude. Streamer luck. I need to see it again. Hold on. Yep. 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 There's no structure over here, guys. It's probably because of that. Probably because of the abomination that we found out over here. Closed right that time. I'm having trouble opening and closing it. That might, hold on. Give me 1 second. This is not lubricating oil, but this is a really quick way to check. Spray the jams down with PB, penetrating oil, see if it closes right. Yep, okay. It was hard to open because the mechanism is 56 years old and who knows when the last time that was greased. You know what I have, Richard? A freaking car with doors that open up like this. Not like this or like this. These are not the doors of a billionaire, Richard. This is great content, isn't it? Okay. All right, false alarm. Okay. There's still some structure there. It was just the mechanism. Thank you, RNGesus. All right. Whistle and diesel door test. Dude, you could open and close these doors 1,000 times. They'll never break. They're doors from a muscle car from a car from the 60s. Graham, this stuff was built freaking different, dude. Even with all the rust. Did you see that? No problem. Yeah, they make a very satisfying noise when the mechanical latch works. It's like a mechanical keyboard. Listen to this, dude. Ready? ASMR. Oh, that's mint. It won't open tomorrow? Yep. Rust converter and Skyco Osfo, then a thick coat of paint on the frame and it should be solid. Yeah. Silicon Valley's awesome. It's one of my favorite shows, dude. Yeah. All right. Change title. Watchman open and close car doors. Okay, so that was just the mechanism that made it not close all the way. It was just the mechanism. We're good. The other thing to look for is the gaps. See the gap? If the gap, you'll tell the car doesn't have structural integrity if the gap right here is off. Now, despite this being a bondoed mess down here, the gap is still okay. It's pretty much the same. Like how wide this gap is, there's a little bit because of the door skin wrapped right there. But this is pretty much the same all the way down, which is good. So, like I said, even with all the rust out of this damn thing, the car, close it nice. Damn, you just don't get that nowadays, dude. You don't get that nowadays, man. Even with all this, even with the floor is gone, the door still works correctly. But we're getting off track. So there's still structural integrity here. Yeah. And back to what we were talking about. Maybe we could just jack it up. I've seen other people do it. We just got to verify that we have the structure, that there's enough structure in the back for it to work. And that's, one, this is a pretty good way to look at it. The second way to look at it is to actually just go under there and look at the frame rails. Now, I've done that before, but we could do it again. Article, I think you're right. I think the roof is actually, the roof and the posts are the reason why this car hasn't tacoed. Yeah, why, despite all the rust, it's still straight. Like if you look at it, the doors all line up, all the accent lines line up, everything is nice and straight. That is a big one. I think the post is what did it, which is good. Anyway, so the point that I'm trying to get at is that if we're working on the middle of the car, we need to get it up in the air, all right? If we get it up in the air, how do I know? We're going to need to figure out if there's any structural integrity back here, and if there isn't, we got to build structural integrity in back here before we get the whole car up in the air. It doesn't matter how we do it, even with a lift, with anything. So my theories that I went with from yesterday is probably pretty right. It would be better to start back here and build the structure back in. That's probably the right move. At least the trunk pan, at the very least, because the trunk pan is basically what holds your frame rails together back here. So that means we have to get the rear panel out, right? This thing needs a new rear cross member anyway. So we have to pull the panel anyway. So we got to, the other thing is the gas tank is still in there. Gas tank is new. It's zinc coated. I replaced it in 2017. So it's not going to rust. Yeah. Would a mid-rise lift be good enough? I really need to get the car so the wheel height is pretty much right here. So you know, this is a big car. If I'm gonna get a lift, guys, what I was really pining for is a 10,000 pound lift. So 5,000 kilo, 6,000 kilo lift, somewhere in there, because of the trucks. If we're gonna get in here, we're gonna work on the trucks. We gotta get the trucks up in the air. We need a heavy lift. We can't have a car lift. I need a truck lift. Sorry, I like trucks. What do you want? I don't know what to tell you. How do you repair something like this when you can't pull panels and parts off the frame? Yeah, buy once, cry once. Yeah, right. As long as it's within a 1/4 inch, that's right. That's right. So Flagon, that's really the key. We got to figure out where we can cut and where we can't cut. I'm pretty sure I have a good idea of where we can and can't. Yeah. But like the other thing that I'm kind of toying with in my head is like, yeah, we gotta cut the 1/4. I got to get the quarter. We got to cut the quarters. One, because there's no 1/4 left, and we have to replace that. And two, I have to get at the inner wheelhouses here, which is a major structural component for the back of the car because the C-pillar connects into it. I have to get at it. We have to get behind this panel, and we can't do it from that side. There's parts in the way. We're gonna have to section this. Like, there's no getting around it. I mean, the good thing is that if I cut it, we can butt weld it back together. It's not a big deal. We have a welder. It's just, that's very daunting, to be honest with you. I'm like, ugh. I mean, yeah, we gotta, you know, what I'll do is there's really nothing back here anymore, is there? Still parts falling off the car. Yeah. Guys, I'll be honest. I'm confident enough that we could build the back out. We could build out the back of the car without the jig. I'm pretty sure we could do it. I've seen a lot of people do it. As long as your frame rails are good. Your frame rails are carrying the structure of the car. We do have some spots where the frame rails are rusty on the back, but the majority of the frame rail is fine. That's the strongest part. As long as those are okay, I think we should do it. I think I'm going to get this car up in the air from the back. We're going to put the axle up on jack stands. Or, let me check something. All right, hang on 1 minute. I'm just assessing underneath here. Okay. Okay. So the frame rail, the leaf springs are outside of the frame rails. I actually might be able to put this car. Let me check up here. I just need to see where the front of the frame rail up here. Oh man, if the frame rails were rotted on this, I would have just said, screw it, I'm done with this. But the frame rails are fine. Frame rails, leaf spring perch, that's all good, which is very, very good news. Yeah, like I said, frame rails were gone, I'd probably be like, let's just go find a 2-door. It smells like burnt rubber underneath here. Gee, I wonder why that happened. Huh, that's strange. Can't imagine why. Okay. So what I'm thinking is get this thing, get the car, we could jack up the rear end, right? We could put jack stands on the rear frame rails at the beginning of the rear frame rails, basically right where my head is, right? And then we could jack the front of the car up. I don't think it'll pancake, I really don't, or taco itself, I'm pretty sure it won't. And we go from there. We can drop the rear end too, like not physically, like slang term for letting it down. What we could do is, because the front leaf spring perches are fine, if we undo the shackle on the rear frame rails, we can just pivot the rear end down and get it out of the way. And that'll probably be good for getting the trunk pan out. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. I'm in. Let's do it. If you jack it up side to side, it could be okay. One dedicated garage lift. Give me a second. I'm working on it. Now, the whole car, for whatever reason, is kind of crooked. It's kind of facing that way a little bit. Once again, I don't know how the car, you know, when I pulled it into the garage yesterday, it was nice and straight. It was, you know, perfectly straight, but it's tilted that way for some reason. The whole car is, well, not tilted. The whole car is turned that way a little bit. It's totally not because I was doing burnouts in here. Just ignore that. Ignore that rubber. Yeah, Silent, I think that's a good idea. I'm going to build all the structure back into this car from the rear door back as much as we can. Then, hopefully, by that time, my accountant pulls his head out of his tail and we get a lift. If we have structure here and structure up front, we can use a 2-post lift to lift at those points, right? And then we can get at it. All right, we have a plan of attack. I'm going with it. We'll do the back old school. Old school. No, we'll do some backyard stuff back here, but we'll measure it and it'll be right. I'm good with that. So, what's our plan of attack? Let's get this car straight. Like, I don't want to jack it up sideways, because if we jack it up sideways and I undo the leaf springs, it's staying sideways for a little while. I'd like to get the car straight on so I have a good amount of space to work. It shouldn't be too hard. Just get in it and move it. Straighten the car out. Jack up the rear end. Rear tires off. Jack stands under the frame rails. Not rear tires off. Jack up the rear end. Get the back of the car up in the air. Big jack stands, my big 6-ton jack stands, underneath on the frame rails. Set the car down. See if it moves at all. I'm pretty sure it won't. Like I said, the roof and the posts are holding this thing together. I'm pretty damn sure. Like I said, we did a burnout in this thing and the whole chassis flexed as one, which is good. We didn't have pieces moving in all different directions. Okay, that's the plan of attack. Once we get the car up in the air, what I'll do is we'll jack up the front K-member and then I'll put stands. I'll put stands on the front frame rails. And then, yeah, just so we can get the car level. We'll get the sucker level. So when we do the work here, we're not working at an angle. You should put a rotary in it. A rotary in a 69 Coronet? How many people are you trying to piss off? I mean, in theory, it'd be pretty cool, but dude, I'm not sure a 13B is enough to move this big car. So it's in better shape than Lumberjack? It's about the same as Lumberjack, dude. A 4-rotor. If you give me 10 grand, I'll do that. Don't. I got a motor lined up, okay? Ethereal, I was thinking a 5.7 Hemi in this thing. Would be pretty cool. Like, this is a lot of car to move. 400 horse in this car is pretty much nice, and that's good. How about a 12-rotor? How about we do the work, Dick? Well, it's not a lot of car anymore. I'm moving the car now. chat. Stupid ideas. Ethereal, I don't think this is the right car for a 4-rotor. It is kind of cool. You know what the right car for a 4-rotor is? Like a Corvette, in my opinion. Yeah. I think it would be super cool. Like if I was gonna put a 13 or a 20B in anything, it'd be a C3 Corvette. Because that's what Corvette's chief engineer, Zora Duntov, wanted to do in the 70s. He wanted to put a rotary engine in Corvettes. GM nixed it. Yeah. Can you imagine a C3 Corvette with a 20B in it? C3 Corvettes weigh nothing. It weighs nothing. It's fiberglass. It weighs nothing. Imagine C3 Corvette with a 13B in it, 13B turbocharged, or a 20B turbocharged, making like 350 horse. Dude, that thing would scream. That is a different kind of speed. Old cars are... Going fast in old cars is not going fast in new cars, dudes. Those are two different things. 80 miles an hour in the Fusion and 80 miles an hour in this car that's not the same thing. I don't know what it is, but it's not. It's easy. It's easy to go fast in a new car. Like, it's scary going fast in this thing. All right, let me straighten the car out. Yeah. It had lifter tick, and then it went away. I'm sure that's fine. Does the horn work? Oh, it does. It's coming around. Come on, get up there. Dude, the more you drive this, with the exception of the lifter tick, the more it really comes around. I'm actually pretty happy about that, but all right, that's good enough. You know, getting out of this really sucks when there's no seat in it. Do we have enough room, and is the car straight? Good enough? Good enough? Good enough. All right, cool. The knowledge of impending death makes old cars faster. You know, that's a good way to put that, dude. Okay, we're gonna jack the back of the car up. I'm going to get my very, very super awesome and safe wheel chocks and put them under the front wheels for now. Now, I know these wheel chocks, they look a lot like motor mounts, like clamshell mounts for a small block Chevy. Because they are. But these actually make good wheel chocks if you put them like this up against the wheels. Yeah, they're great wheel chocks. They work really well. It ain't moving, that's for sure. Like you put this parallel to the ground, tires right here. It actually, dude, you won't move. And you know, if it doesn't work, the good part is my garage door is right there. It'll stop it. And if not, there's a tree out there. It's fine. How full is the gas tank? It probably has maybe a gallon of gas in it, maybe. Maybe. It's just enough, once again, I just filled it up with enough to yard drive. That's about it. All right. We should pull the deck lid too. Yeah. You could do more burnouts to get the fuel out of the tank. We could. Dude, I had to get the fan out and put the fan on the front of the car. Like my big, well, not big, it's a decent sized industrial fan, to get all the smoke out. The smoke was here basically, the smoke, because like there's no way for it to go out of there. So I had to make like kind of a vacuum to get it to go that way. Dude, the smoke stayed in the garage for a long time. I posted a picture of it on in the My Project channel on Discord. Fair enough, even a 3-rotor could do stuff here, but it sounds like a dragster you're describing at this point. So Ethereal, what I want to do with this car, it kind of does look like a muscle car, but it isn't a muscle car. What I want to do with this is, this is not a race car. I'm going for a mild build. But I have this thing about motor swaps, dude. What I like doing, what I consider fun with cars like this, I'm going to talk and work. What I consider fun with a car like this is figuring out, like, out of all the Dodge things, like all the Dodge motors, what would be the motor for this car? Like a 5.7 Hemi is actually pretty good. Like the motor from the car is a 318. That's a 5.2. All right, that's what the car came with. We could switch, you switch it up to a 5.7, and I like keeping motor swaps usually within brand. The LS is like kind of one of those things where I'm like, yeah, doesn't need to, but I mean, because people put LSs in everything. And then whatever, that's fine if that's what you want to do. With the way I want this car to be built, I'm aiming for a mild build. I want 400 horse, 400 horse. That's about it. Anything past that, you're gonna get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. I want this car. My idea for this car was basically a grand touring vehicle. But I understand that like grand touring vehicles are not, obviously not like usually a 2-door. They're usually a 2+2. But what I want to do with this car is put in a reliable enough engine and modern stuff in it to make it super, super drivable. I want a highway cruiser. That's what I'm aiming for. Enough to have fun on the street if you really want to, but get decent enough fuel economy, right? Decent enough fuel economy if you're driving on the highways, and just good enough utility that you could really go on a road trip with it. We could do a Route 154 with this, and it's not really a big deal. That's what I want to do. I want it modernized, but I want it tastefully done. Like, we'll put front discs in it. We want all the modern upgrades, right? We want, disc brakes, right? We have a collapsible steering column in it already, which is good. Put disc brakes up front, modern braking, stuff like that. Fuel injected engine. You don't need to worry about tuning a carb on the road, even though you can. I showed you could, but we'll do an old school build. Like maybe we'll take that 318 out and find another car to put it in. I want a modern transmission, well, a modern-ish transmission in this thing. It's got a 3-speed in it, and the 3-speed will bolt to the 5.7. It will work, but it's a 3-speed. Not good for fuel economy. This car was basically built, a 4-door car like this was in the 60s was basically built to be a nice smooth ride for highway cruising. I mean, the U.S. in the 60s was superbly car-centric. I mean, we still are to an extent. Not to an extent, we still are, period. But this is like, riding in comfort, riding in style. You can drive across the country. It's not a big deal. So I want like modern systems in this, stuff that's, I don't know. I was going to say relatively easy to diagnose, but I don't know. I'll think about that. Like, I just want a fun cruiser car that has enough power to have some fun with, but, not enough to get you in trouble. Yeah, you want something with plenty of torque and a longer gear so you can cruise 80 miles an hour at 2,000 RPM. Exactly. We got a highway gear in that 7 1/4, but Tesla, the problem is that it's a 7 1/4. I'm not sure how much power a 7 1/4 rear end with open open gears can take. It's probably not great, but all right, let's get this sucker up in the air. I also want to get this thing high up enough in the air so you guys can get, so I can get the camera underneath so you guys can see what I see. That's another thing. Man, what's all that burnt rubber? Jeez. Yeah, I'm looking at this, guys. It's not, frame rails, yeah, frame rails look okay. Frame rails and the leaf spring perch in the rear torque box looks pretty good. I'll show you guys what I see in a moment because we'll be able to get stupid cameras there. All right, now let's test something. The chocks are out. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Let me test something. Looks good to me. Yeah, once again, a really easy way to see if your chassis is structurally compromised is if the door doesn't open and close right. Now, this is a very good way to induce flex. We definitely are flexing this damn chassis to an extent, and it looks like it still has structural integrity because the doors open and close. Now, that's not an end-all be-all. In this scenario, it is. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, all right, that seals the deal. We're good. We're okay. We can build the back of this car. I've seen enough. You guys seen enough? How the heck is that chassis that strong while the rear is rotted out? It's the roof and the roof. The roof and the post, Tessa, are holding this thing together. If we cut that now, this thing would just. We are at the bargaining portion. Bargaining what? What are you talking about? Dude, it's what else do you want to see? Like, that's not copium right there. That's the door. This moves. If this wasn't working, you wouldn't be able to do that. Right there. You wouldn't be able to do that. Like, I already know this car needs a lot of work. I get it. Like, we're past that. I'm just trying to see what's not too bad. Trying to get that perfectly aligned. Yeah, we got to go up a little bit more. There we go. So I have the jack stand on one of those dowel points that they would have used from the factory to lift the car. So I know that that's a good hoist point. All right, cool. Coming down. I'm going very, very slowly. Car's going to flex a little bit as the rear suspension decompresses. Okay. Looks all right. Okay. Could tack some box section onto the frame rails as reinforcement during the project. I'm gonna do that, Silent. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I can get some small bits of metal from a local hardware store around here. We get small bits of metal. We will, yeah, we're gonna have to triangulate some stuff with bar stock. Or not bar stock, tube stock, square tube stock. So I ain't worried about that. But yeah, it doesn't look like it flexed too much. There's still structure back here. Cool. All right, I'm gonna bring the jack around and we'll get this thing up on the front frame rails too. Get it up on the front frame rails in the same spot. Well, not the same spot, you know what I mean. You know what, I'm opening the garage door, screw this. Gives me a little bit more space. That's good enough. Okay, let's get the front of this sucker up in the air. Front tires are off the ground. You guys tell me, is she level? That's actually pretty damn close. Actually, it's a little high up front, but that's okay to put the other jack stands in place. I'm gonna make sure that the jack stands are set to the same height. The front and rears are set to the same. And there is a spot on the front frame rail where there was a piece for alignment here. There. Just like on the back. We're on the front alignment frame rail on the left jack stand. Someone in my area, Western Pennsylvania, has a 2-post lift for $2,500. That's actually pretty much the running price for what they're going for around here. I'm sure I could sauce it locally. Okay. Okay, we're pretty much over the target. Coming down on the front. Ready? Coming down. Slowly. All right. There it is. She look level, guys? Actually, yeah, pretty good. It's not bad. Looks high in the front. Yeah, I see it. Let me get a level. I'll put it on the roof. It is a little smidge high in the front, but that's pretty damn close. It's just a smidge high in the front, but I don't know. I mean, how am I going to adjust those jack stands? My Garage Supplies has a 2-door post for $1,800, 10,000 pound lift capacity. Oh yeah? Where is it, Hillness? Birds on the NSF stream. Oh, do I have Starbase still open? Hold on, let me shut it. Guys, it's pretty, I think it's pretty straight. It might be the suspension droop that's throwing it off. The rear suspension has, I think it has a little bit more travel than the front. Okay. All right. What are you working on? Diff fluid? No. I got to get the rear tank out. Well, yeah, we gotta get the rear tank out, and that means taking the back tires off. Well, doesn't necessarily, but it's gonna make it easier, that's for sure. Do you have any spare hockey pucks? No, but once again, it's, yeah, I see it. It's just a smidge up in the front. Yeah, how would we do that? How would we do that? How would we do it? I'm thinking. Chat, shut up and let me think. No. I pinged you the warehouse list in the Discord Cars and Motorsports channel. And Hillness, what is this now? Oh. Okay. Oh, that's a long... Dude, there's no warehouses near me, man. I'll find one locally, dude. Said we'd have flying cars. Yeah, we kind of do. Okay. I'm satisfied. It's... Yeah. Should be okay. Oh man, there's a nasty dent in the freaking passenger side door. Whatever, well, we can pop that out. I'm not worried. Okay. You have angled perspective. Dude, I put a level on the roof. The roof's pretty dang flat. I put it in the center, and the level was reading level. So I think that's just something about the accent lines of the car. It's just, yeah, I think it's something about I have a smaller level here. I think it's just something with the accents on the car. I'm pretty sure it's good. Let me put a level on the sill. See, this level is telling me it needs to go up in the front just a little bit, which is weird. What about here? I'm trying to find the flattest point on the car. Yeah, we're good. I'm happy with this. That's fine. Hey, Leo, what's up, dude? How am I today? I'm good. I'm just, yeah, we've been trying to find a plan of attack for this damn thing, but let's get the rear wheels off so we can see up in there. Yeah, let's get the rear wheels off, check what's good. Sorry, I need a water. Hydrate time. Cool ride. Is it a stick shift? No. Not right now. All right. Yeah, impact gun. Let's go. Let's get these wheels off. I already coated the wheels in penetrating oil. And if I'm remembering right from when we did the brake stream, I think we got a 3/4, I think it's 3/4 inch socket. That's the one that's covered in anti-seize, so it's definitely that one. All right. Now, I think, what does it say on the studs? Right. Yep. Yep. These are right-handed threads. Okay, so this is lefty-loosey. The other side is righty-loosey, lefty-tighty, because the Mopar engineers were worried about the lug nuts coming undone when you were going down the road. So they gave, on the driver's side, left-hand side of the car, they gave them reverse threads. Don't roll away. Jeez. Okay, that tire's a little scruffy. I can understand their point. Yeah, Juicy, it does make sense. That's actually a thing. The reason why manufacturers don't do it is just because it adds cost nowadays. That, and if you put some Loctite and anti-seize on these things, you should be fine. Just imagine what I just did, but in reverse. The lug nut's stuck. Yeah, see, this is righty-loosey, lefty-tighty. Cool. Okay. What I'm going to do now, just so I don't lose the lug nuts, I'm just putting them back on the studs. I'm crazy about losing hardware. I hate doing that. Just imagine. You'll see me do this in a second. Just imagine I'm doing it right now, okay? I'll get the other camera angle set up in a second. I was just talking about how these are left-handed thread, right? And it's still screwing with me. I'm like, why isn't it tightening? Because you're turning it the wrong way, guy. What? Really? Oh no, the frame rail. Ah. I'll show you in a second. Let me look at this side. Frame rail's got a hole in it on that side, dudes. This one seems okay. They look pretty good, dude. There's just it's a small hole. Don't look too bad, but yeah. It's just a small, I don't know, small hole coming on the down right there. It's definitely where a bunch of dirt and road grime and crap just... Hey, you gonna go on the thread, please? Thank you. That's problematic. I'm looking around if there's any more, but guys, it's got frame rail rot. That wasn't there before. I may have let it sit for too long. what is the current thing you're doing? I'll show you. We're doing further inspection of the rear of the car. Let me adjust the camera to show you what I just found. Let me get one of the work lights. Mission scrub. I don't know. You guys tell me. Here, let me flip it over. There's your rear frame rail on the driver's side. Let me get you guys a light. I'm trying to just find a good spot for it. Okay, so like I was saying, this is all good. There's nothing weird here. This is fine. The leaf spring perch, like I was saying, is fine. This is all good. Even the inner wheelhouse here is pretty good. The outer wheelhouse, like I said, not doing well. But I saw this when I took the tire off. Hold on one second. How far is it in either direction? It's going to that's a lot of frame rail missing. Crap. Yeah, that wasn't there when I bought the car. This is on me for letting it sit. Yeah, it's gone. It's just this one area from what I can tell. Now, me trying to tell you that this is not a big deal, that's coping. This is a big deal. It seems like frame rail's still okay, but that's a big deal. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a pretty big problem. Yeah, it's just there from what I can tell article. Like I said, this is absolutely a big deal. This isn't like, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's okay. No, that's a problem. Now, once again, the rest of the rail looks okay. There's all kinds of crap in there. The rest of the rail looks fine. Yeah. It's just that one spot. How's the pinch on the wheelhouse? Here, look up in here for me, guys. See what you can see. Anything kooky going on up here? No, not the menu. This is the outer wheelhouse. Not good. We knew the outer wheelhouse was bad, but that's another gut punch right there. That's another kick in the nuts. Ugh. That's not great news. We should probably drop the tank. I mean, we're going to do it anyway, but we should probably get the tank down. To see how bad this is, so I can get eyes on it from inside. Stop here and reassess. What am I reassessing exactly? Your plan. That's very fixable if you don't think about, if we don't need to worry about making it factory new. Yeah. Nice, Clavic. Good for you. What am I reassessing here exactly? Nice, Clavic. Yeah. Here, one vote for Mad Max Aesthetics. If we box it with some steel, it'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah, my next thing would be to cut the trunk pan. Cut the trunk pan. Get the fuel tank down, and then cut out all the rusty bits of the trunk pan so we can actually like get in the car and actually look at that thing up close. It's not how, dude, two things just popped in my head. So one, we'll cut the trunk pan out. There ain't much pan left anyway, so it's not a big deal. Second part of that is, how is this car still structurally sound? How is this thing still structurally sound? I'm genuinely wondering at this point. How is that even possible? Like, how is this thing still straight? Is it? It is. It's still straight, man. How? How is that possible? Like, the doors open and close. I'll say again, how is it still straight? I close the door and parts of the car fall off. How is this thing still working? Like, how is this still together? I'm really confused. How is it still, I mean, we have major structural integrity compromises in different spots, and it's still straight. The only thing I can really default to is that this thing is over-engineered to hell. It's way over-engineered. Maybe they weren't sure about the unibody, and they're like, okay, if we're going to go with no body on chassis, we got to build this thing strong or something. Car's like, I didn't hear no bell. She wants to live. Yep. Yeah. Just, fellas, we're extending the timeline of things to do here. Like, I want to get this done. Okay, all right, real talk. I don't like taking apart cars sitting in my garage doing nothing. if it's taken apart, we got to do work on it. All right. I learned this rule the hard way. Okay. So as long as you guys are good with doing auto streams almost every day, you know, we'll do some gaming. As long as you guys are cool with that, I'm in. Let's do it. This is going to take a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of money to fix. I'm in. We can do it. I want to get the skills. And like I said, this is a good card. This would be a good card to learn because it needs everything. There's like 1 or 2 fully intact panels on this car. You have 4 options: make it good, run and drive, be safe, make it factory, lots of dollars, make it custom, similar to make it good, but without reversible. 4, cut your losses, sell this to someone who wants to put the money in. I'm eliminating option 4. I'm eliminating option 1. It's between 2 and 3, Tessa. Friends to help, or you like working solo? I might call in some backup from time to time, dude. But like I said, the point of doing this, the whole point of the car is that it's not worth saving. I want to do it because I want to learn how to save one of these things. So when a car comes around that is worth saving, we know how to fix it. Freaking B. Freaking, this is B. What is it with B's in this car? Super B. Sometimes the world tells you things. Did your car just yell plot twist? Yes, dispatch. Yeah, dude, I've noticed that. Bees love this freaking car. Now, the most likely thing is that the universe isn't talking to us. There's most likely a bee's nest in it somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. It's been inside for a little while. But I noticed that, have you guys noticed that like a bee stung me the other day? Jeez, there he is, right in my face again. And that's not like a wasp. That's a bee. Now that's not the thing that stung me. Like a yellow jacket got me the other day. But it's not a bumblebee. It's the hairy kind. It's not the kind with the stripes, you know what I'm saying? You got this. She yearns for the super bee. But yeah, bees are all over this thing. It's a sign. That's a sign. You have a nest nearby. I live in the woods, ARJ. That's most likely what's going on. Now, once again, most likely is there was a bee's nest in this, and they're like, wait, where's the bee's nest? Right? But also, the highest trim level for a Coronet in 1969 was the Super Bee. Yeah, Coronet Super Bee. So again, the universe is talking to us. Okay. Where's the bee's nest? That's none of your business. Should I start fabricating a wing? Yeah. Let's keep going. All right. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Guys, the reason why I sound all down in the dumps isn't because I'm like, frick, I've gotten into this, sucks. I want to fix it. We're going to fix it. Don't worry. I underestimated what this car needs. Yeah, I underestimated it pretty hard. That's my fault for 2 reasons. 1, I let the car sit for too long. There was no frame rail rod on this thing when I bought it, which sucks. That's my fault. That's my fault. Take responsibility for that. I let it rot. It sat outside. It's been sitting outside from 2017 until now. Either it was at my parents' house or outside in my yard here. Is the car going to have a nickname like Betty or something? It's called the Crew Cab Charger. But, yeah, that's Crew Cab Charger is good enough name for me. Yeah. Balls. Yeah, the reason why I sound down in the dumps is because I'm thinking about what I need to do. Yeah. It's a lot. This is like mission mode tier of craziness. This is a lot. It's a lot of work. It's okay. It's all right. It's fine. Make this a modded coronet. Screw the factory. Well, Tessa, I want to build back the factory structure. But what I also really wanted to do was they make subframe connectors for this, and they make chassis reinforcement kits. What I wanted to do is patch what we needed to patch, like a floorboard or two here and there, and then get the chassis reinforcement kit, right? But now, it's going to cost a lot more to get it back to stock. I want to get it to the stock frame and then reinforce from there. Get it back to the stock shell and then reinforce it from there. That's what I want to do. But that's going to, yeah, that's what's really screwing me up. That's what I had planned because, you know, if we put a 5.7 in the front of this thing with 400 horse, like, it should be okay, but I want the reinforcement. I'd want the rigidity. Yeah, so like maybe down the road we put 700 horsepower in it. Like if we put a Helifin engine in it, we could just put it in and it's not a big deal. I mean, because the way I see it, we're going to be here building out the chassis anyway. And if we're here building out the damn chassis, we might as well reinforce it. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get it, you know, get it good enough, right? And then reinforce the frick out of it. But now just getting it good enough is going to basically eat the cost of reinforcing the crap out of it. But I want that. That's what I want. So Project Binky solution it is, I guess. Let's do it. Who was that subbing? Geek, 72 months. Thank you. I need it, man. C3, Crew Cab Charger. That's a, dude, I like it. C3, Crew Cab Charger, man. Yeah. So yeah, Project Binky solution it is. I mean, we're not going to put it, I don't really think we need to put in any crazy drivetrains into this, but yeah. Okay. So, like, guys, these parts of the streams aren't me necessarily fixing anything, just for what it's worth. These parts of the streams are for me trying to figure out what I need to fix. This is basically assessing the car. I haven't, yeah, we got to figure out where our baseline is. What's the lowest common denominator of things that need to be fixed? And I think I found it with that damn frame rail. This shouldn't be four-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive or bust. I want it rear-wheel drive. Like, so Tessa, what's my ideal? My ideal with this thing is front power discs, front power disc brakes. Like a Helifin engine, this thing would be hilarious. That'd be, dude, a supercharged 6.4. That'd be awesome. No one would see that coming, which would be sick. I mean, I've seen people do it. There's a YouTube channel that's done a Hellcat swap on a four-door car. It's a yellow car, if I'm remembering right. We're gonna need big discs up front. You know, four-way discs would be cool. That'd be pretty sick. Yeah, and then behind it, I don't know. I want this car to cruise, so I don't. It's an automatic car from the factory, so. Oh man, how the heck am I going to get that Z-bar to jive with that? Would it be possible to cut out the frame and turn it into a body on frame? Either build it. No, Flacken, you're. Nah, dude, that's not. that's the chassis was engineered to not be body on frame. Putting this body on frame is basically screwing any that's a good way to kiss your any handling characteristics that you benefit from the unibody. It's a good way of kissing that goodbye. Yeah. I mean, with that being said, people put I've seen people put unibodies on truck chassis and stuff and make like a monster truck version of this, but we're not doing that. There are spindles for the cars with disc brake mounts cast into them. Yeah, Hellfish. The Cordobas. So Chrysler already engineered disc brakes for this because the Cordoba is what my brain's trying to say. The Cordoba in the 70s had discs. Yeah. So disc. I'm not worried about swapping the discs. That's going to be easy to do. I mean, it kind of blows because I did put stainless steel lines for drums up in there. But maybe the stainless steel will carry over to the discs. Who knows? We'll have to see. Cordoba. Fine Corinthian frickin' leather, dude. Was there a B-body front end that was front-wheel drive? No. The B-body was made from 1960 to 1979, I think. I think it's 79. And yeah, I don't believe there was it's front engine rear wheel drive chassis. All right. Let's get the tank down. God. You guys don't have to worry about getting a bad view of this, to be honest, because there's no car left between us and the fuel tank. That's right, it goes in the fuel tank hole. So the fuel tank doesn't have a lot in it, dude, so you can only suppress the Boston for so long. Yeah, especially being in the shop, dude, right? Right? All right, actually, you know what we'll do real quick? I'll show you guys the other frame rail real fast. So take a look. This one's money. I was about to say money and mint. So inner and outer rockers are struggling. That's not something we didn't know. That's supposed to be like that. Let's just, there. It's fine. Yeah, this actually all seems good. It seems like the factory undercoating saved most of this. You got to be careful about these frame rails, though. Just because it looks right on this doesn't mean it's not rotting from the inside out. That's what got us over there on the other frame rail. Maybe, you know what? We might be able to see that from here. Hold up. Yeah, there it is. You can see the rot. There it is. Where are you? You pissant. We can fix that. We can fix it. Let's do it. We can fix that. That's no problem. That's not too bad. Dude, the frame rails are 16 gauge steel. We'll buy 16 gauge steel and I'll plug weld the butt out of that. So that, Tessa, the frame rail, dudes, I don't care about it being factory right. I just want the frame rails to be strong. The reason why, no one is going to see that, okay? Frickin' B. He's back. Bro, what are you doing? I know you like the car, but Jesus, okay, all right. We sure there ain't a bee's nest in this thing? Oh crap, he went into one of the holes in the trunk. Okay, he came out. Don't make your nest in there, dude. Don't do that. I know I know you want it to be a super bee, but just don't. Here, what do you have to say? That was a lot. You said a lot. Did you hear him? You heard him? He was like, all right, fine, but this car is really cool. He was calling you out. He was, Muppet. He was calling me out for not doing work. So, Rusco with the beehive, living the dream. Oh, God, don't remind me of that crap box. I hate that thing. I hate the Rusco. That thing sucks. All right. Let's do this. I got you guys a pretty good shot of the sender unit on the gas tank and stuff. That should be good. It should be easy to take out. You get some angle iron and patch it. Yeah, guys, that particular thing, I don't mind patching as long as it's structural because no one's going to see that. All right? No one's going to see it. And frankly, replacing an entire rear frame rail on this because of a small golf ball sized hole so, Tessa, let me put it this way. That's option 2. Repair it and make it strong. That's all I care about. And then just undercoat the snot out of it. Nobody's going to see the inner frame rails. I don't care about that. I don't care about that looking good. I really don't. It's not a big deal. All right, let's get to it. Let's see what we need in here. What we do need is a limited slip rear end. Okay, I'm thinking down the road here. These single tire fires are not doing it for me. Okay, there's the fuel line. Okay, there's the vent. Sending unit is there. And it looks like the original fuel straps are struggling. I had a good buddy of mine that's an old school hot rodder do the fuel tank for me because I didn't have the space to work on it in my parents' driveway. Truth of the matter is that I probably did, but he gave me a good price. So it looks like the straps, there's 2 straps if you guys see them. One of them is here and the other one's on the opposite side. The straps are what hold this thing in place. It looks like the original studs have bolts welded to them. So, yeah, that's okay. That's okay, that's fine. Easy peasy. Now, this is the first time I'm really kind of looking up in here in a while. And Hellfish, I know what you mean about the inside of the frame rail. We're taking the trunk, we're going to have to do the trunk pan. The trunk pan will give me a good shot of what's going on the inside of the frame rail. If we have to reinforce it from the inside, no problem. Just on a side note, dude, I'm not too worried. And, if we're going to get new wheelhouses for this, we're tubbing it too. Because, frick it, let's run a wide tire. Why not? Who cares, right? It's not a big deal. All right, I'm really, like I said, I'm just looking around under here. Brake line is shot. Parking brake lines still look okay. Shock absorber doesn't look to be in that bad a condition. I think it's still holding fluid, which is pretty cool. There's the fuel tank ground. Fuel tank grounding strap. There's the mount straps. These lines are the vent. Those are the vent lines. If you guys can see that. Can you see it? Where's my hand? Okay. The diff actually isn't leaking for what it's worth. That's actually super cool. I'm looking around any other points with the frame rails. And you know what, dudes? The camera's going to get shaky for a second. Give me a moment. You're coming down here with me. I'll show you what I see. There's my glass packs. I paid good money for those. Okay. Rear brake line is struggling, but that's not anything we didn't know. Like I said, the shock, it's not leaking. You can tell if shocks are bad if they leak. They leak fluid down here. There's no fluid there. That's good. There's the issue. Okay, anywhere else on the frame rail? Have any weirdness going on? Nope. Nope. She looks pretty damn solid. See, Hellfish, there's the holes that I was telling you about. There's the pins. That's what they would have used from the factory. They would have put a pin in here to hold this thing in place. Footwell pins actually look okay. Excuse me. I sneezed. Sorry, I didn't mean to sneeze into the mic. Yep. The rear pan looks good, man. Everything's good over here. There's the shock mount cross member. We'll see that from the top when we get the floor out. Okay. Anything weird and wonky with the frame rails over there? What's that? Hold up. See that? What am I looking for here? What am I looking for here? What's that you got there? Nope, that's all right. She's good. This is all fine under here, man. Like I said, the undercoating saved a good amount of this. That's the e-brake adjustment line. Or just the e-brake line, the adjuster is right there. Okay. Yeah, dude, you know. Yeah, okay, all right. This is giving me hope. That's the only real bad thing we found. Yeah. How's the other frame rail over there? Like I said, everything looks good under here. Oh, what kind of shocks do we got? Monroe's. All right. Guy's splurging a little bit. What about the leaf spring perch over there? How's that look? I'm giving out. Keep in mind, you guys are looking at it upside down. That looks okay. Actually, that looks fine. Sweet. This is the inner rocker. This is a big structural piece. It's actually okay. Good. How's the other one look? Yeah, the inner rocker is struggling over there. But how's it look back there? Yeah, see that? We're gonna have to fix that too. Okay. All right, let's, what we gotta do is I'll put you guys up here. There's the strap. That's the sender. This is the vent line. You guys all right? You fell. There's the other strap, and there's your fuel line right there. Okay. So we got to get the vent lines off. We got to get that off, and then the straps, and then the grounding strap too. What the hell's wrong with that thing? Oh, it's struggling. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other wonkiness with the frame rails here. Hold up, what's that up there? Are those factory holes? Yep. Wait, what's that? Is that a factory? Maybe not. I mean, we got a patch all back there anyway, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, like I said, dude, shock's got a little bit of an observation right there. It's a little bit of a funny. All right, let me figure out a way to put you guys down so you can see what I'm doing. I need a smaller tripod. Give me one sec. Ugh. Actually, where you were before was not too bad. That was a pretty good spot. You guys can see what's going on here. The shock is a little bit in the way, but that's all right. That's actually a good spot. We'll keep that spot. You guys good with that spot? Poke around with a Sharpie or a pen to know where you check. Yeah. I have an engine mount broke off in the block. There's still one on the other bolt holding the mount to the engine. Should I try drilling it out or leave it and replace it later on? Methane, the right thing to do would be to drill it out. But if you don't have the time, I mean, you could just remount it, but that's not. Done a bit of Googling. It looks like putting the K platform front end on the coronet is pretty feasible. You'd get better suspension and a drive hookup. Do you think you could connect to an electric motor for dual drive? Thoughts? No. Drill it out, Methane. Do it. Just, yeah, you got to drill and tap it out. So get a caliper, okay? Here, real quick. So you got to get a caliper, and you got to measure what the inner diameter of one of the other bolt holes that you did get out, right? You got to measure the inner diameter of that. So when you go to drill, you don't screw up the threads. So get a small drill bit, try to drill right through the center of that bolt, right, if you can, and then just go to a slightly bigger one and a slightly bigger one until you get to the inner diameter of the threads. From there, get a tap and try to chase the threads out from there. FYI, X-Wing dispatches my wife, and today is your birthday. Hey, happy birthday. May the first be with you. Good enough. All right, let me get a screwdriver. We'll start on doing those fuel lines. Hang on, just adjusting the microphone. Okay. All right, first thing I'm going to do here is get at the main fuel line. And I'm probably about to get drenched in gasoline, but stuff happens.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thanks for the resub or sub. I appreciate you. I would go to see who it is, but I am under a car. So just bear with me, okay? Okay, I got one of them to go. Chad, you want to hand me a fuel hose, please? No? All right, cool. You're busy? That's fine. All right, so what I got to do is get the other hose off because I just got gasoline all over me. And I'm going to get more over me in a second because the line is draining. There we go. Oh, that smells terrific. There. Just put that line up there, and then it won't drain as much. Okay, so that's that. The next thing is the sender. That's the sending unit wire. We don't need that. And then the vent lines over here need to come off. Why did the vent line have gasoline in it? And why is it dripping into my mouth? Damn it. Oh, that tastes terrible. It tastes like dirt. You know, who knew? The stuff that comes out of the ground tastes like the ground. That's weird. Okay, the vent line is out. I don't know what that thing was supposed to be attached to, but whatever. Oh, that tasted horrible. Okay, so this is the vent line that goes up into the car. I don't know why you have two vents here, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure why it's like that, but that's okay.
Listen,
What is that?
here. The Eagle has landed.
Dude, what?
Is the battery still connected?
No, I undid it. I undid it because I anticipated that we'd be doing this, dudes. Well, you know what? I'm stopping. I just want to be absolutely sure. You scared me. You scared me sufficiently. I really hope not. That would suck. Yeah, because I'm covered in gasoline. Yeah, it's off. Yeah, we're good. It's off. Thank you, past DJ. That would have sucked. I mean, not really. It probably would have been fine, but probably would have been fine doesn't work very well. Probably would have been fine doesn't work all the time. Oh, Tessa, look at you in all caps. Man, you're so helpful. Why all caps, man? If I'm just genuinely curious, why all caps? Because you know, I don't think that the TTS does exclamation. I'm sorry, it's funny to me. You're right, but also it's funny to me. Okay. Come on, baby. So the vent line, this one's going to be a little bit more difficult to get at because it goes up into the car. You could see it on the top of the trunk, but I just want to make sure that, okay, all right, lines are out. We're disconnected. yeah, there's not a lot of fuel in that thing. Good. That would really suck if there was. Yeah, dropping a tank with fuel in it is not fun. All right, we just have to get at our grounding strap here, which I don't know. This was somebody siliconed over the hell out of this thing. You know what? I'll just get the grounding strap that's on the, it's up on the pan. We're gonna have to get that, we're gonna pull that part of the pan out anyway. So the grounding strap seems to be covered in silicone, or silicone, not silicon. That's weird. You guys can't really see it too well, but yeah, there's, yeah. Okay. It looks like just a quarter inch nut. Nut. Gasoline is a great palate cleanser. Just thought I'd let you know. Did you just taste fuel? Yeah, it really wasn't, really didn't want to, but yeah. Oh, okay, that's good. You guys can see that grounding strap okay. Nice. That's actually a really good camera angle. Killer. And you guys can see the sweet freaking exhaust that I made, that I didn't make it. I paid somebody to do it. An exhaust shop in Boston, and they did a freaking sick job. I think the exhaust is actually one of the components on this car that I might, like, actually, not might, we'll probably keep that. Okay, grounding strap is out. The reason why the grounding strap needs to be there is because the fuel sender unit. The sender unit needs to make a circuit for it to work correctly. If you actually are interested, reading like how a fuel sending unit in an old car works is actually super interesting. It uses a float on an arm, and the arm, when it actuates, it actually makes more resistance. It's connected to a, what is it called, dudes? What's the name of that? Is it a bimetallic strip? I don't think it's bimetallic. I think it increases resistance with more actuation, and that the distance in resistance, or the difference in resistance, is what makes the fuel gauge work. It's very trick for what it is. It's a very, very, very interesting way of doing it. But like I said, there's no computer that's going to tell you that. It's on a resistive wiper. That's what it's called. Thank you, article. Yeah, that's it, dude. Yeah, that's actually super cool. I think that's really neat. I don't know, just, yeah. I think that's neat because I'm weird. It's really, like, once again, for, like, how else are you going to get the, like, how do you get mechanical logic to give you a signal, right? You know, what's easy to change with electrical? Well, you can change voltage easily, but that's going to use a lot of power, so they use resistance. The more resistance, the more resistance that your resistive wiper has, the higher the fuel gauge goes. Once again, super interesting for what it is. The bee is back. That bee is back on the escalator again. What do you want to say this time? Yeah, he ran away that time. Oh, wait, no, he's back. Yeah, potentiometer. There you go, Rarest. Yeah. Dude, I'm starting to think there might be a bee's nest in the trunk of this car, in the deck lid. But the car's been inside for like 2 weeks now. I don't know how, what did they remember? Would they remember where it is? Or this dude is scouting. He's scouting out on a place to put it. Well, I mean, I'm flattered that you want to put your bee's nest in my coronet, but that's not happening, guy. He's trying to... Where are you going? He went into the trunk stopper hole. Oh, he poked his head out. Look at you got. Dude, I don't want to move the camera, but yeah. Did you find anything in there? What do you have to say? Now he's like trying to. Oh. Huh. Scouting season. Hey, no bee's nest. Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on. I'm going to shut I'll shut it. You don't want me to shut you when you're in it. Don't go into my office. What are you doing? Get out of here with these eye holes. Riveting content. That's a screwdriver. Come on. Come on. Get out. Get out of the shop. I'm going to shut the damn door. Fill it full of brake clean and that should take care of it. Yeah. All right, let's I'm actually going to shut the garage. I don't need them coming in here and making a nest. They tried to do that last year on the sill of my damn garage door. Don't worry, some carb cleaner fixed that real quick. The bee goes in the square hole. Yep. All right. Okay, so the grounding strap is off. Now we just got to get the main strap bolts off. And then the tank will come down. The main strap bolts are straight ahead. One of them is behind the shock for you guys, but I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's see what size we think those things are. 9/16 maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna say 9/16. Well, that one is. Well, I got one. Yeah, all right, one strap. We got one. I don't think I can get the deep socket on the... Oh, no, I got it. Actually, before I do this, the filler neck on the back of the car, the filler neck, we got to get that off. Or else it'll, well, I was going to say it'll pull the rear cross member. But, I'm pretty dang sure that that doesn't, there's not much to... It's not much there. There's not much left. But I don't want to bend it. It's still in good condition. 7/16 perhaps on this rear mounting bolt. Yes. What is it with Mopar's aversion to 1/2 inch? Everything is 9/16 or 7/16. Now, B is back. Now, like I said, I kind of understand 7/16. 7/16 is extremely close to 10 millimeter. But these guys just hate 1/2 inch. What's the matter, Mopar? You don't like 50 cal? doesn't want to come out. Support the tank with a jack? There's not much in it, dude. I ain't worried. The bee is back. Dude, it's just like summer car, man. It's crazy. All right. All right, now I think there's a met in the back.
Listen,
What?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
All worker bees are female. That's why they're all angry, violent, and always sticking their nose into things.
I you know, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no, that's, I don't know what you mean. Okay, there's the strap. Done. Cool. Yeah, no, I don't know what you're talking about. That's totally not a thing. Or something. That's, yeah, I don't know what you mean. Okay. I got the back strap off, or the back mount off. Put the filler cap back on. Okay. All right, let's get at that last strap. And you guys can watch the tank fall on me. You know what, dude? There's more gas in this than I thought. Either that or there's something in there that's not gas. Wow. Yeah, you guys are right. That was a good call. It would have been smart to put gas underneath this, but put a jack underneath this because it's quite heavy, but that's okay. Your boys got it. It's okay, I only spilled a little. Okay.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
A bee walks into a bar and says, "Hey bartender, got any polentinis?" The bartender squints and replies, "This is a sports bar." The bee says, "Perfect. I'm here to watch the basketball game."
Why are you like this, man? Okay, the straps are out. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, man? What the heck? Oh, some gas splashed around. He splashed around. How much frigging fuel is in this thing? Dude, I couldn't have put that much in. Holy balls. All right, I need a life. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's right, but there's a lot of gasoline in this thing, much more than I thought. Wow. And it is sloshing around like a melon farmer. All right, how are we gonna do this? Man, it's a big tank. It smells like gas, Tessa, for what it's worth. Man. It only leaked a little bit. You should pour the gas into a container. I have a bucket right here. We have a 5-gallon bucket. Actually, you know what? I'll use the one that I had in the car, as I'm not using that. All right, let's, first thing I'm gonna do, just to make sure you guys can see, just for a trial, like I'll show you that this bucket's pretty damn clean. There's not a lot of gunk in there, okay? So whatever we pour out of this damn tank, you're gonna see the fun. All right, let me set up the camera over here. Hang on, setting up the camera. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. That's not what that's not what that's supposed to look like. Oh. Oh. Gasoline is supposed to be clear, guys. It's supposed to kind of look like water, maybe with a slight tinge to it. It's not supposed to look like piss. What we have here is failure to gasoline. Some boys just can't be reached. And that's the way you want it. Yeah, I gotta open the door so I don't violate the terms of service here. Great, now you got to dispose of it? Nah, I'm not worried about that. It's fine. I'm wondering I mean, that gas tank is zinc coated, so I'm not worried about it rusting the gas tank, but we should clean it. We have to get all the crap and all the sediment out. There was more than a couple gallons of gas in there, fellas. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was a lot more. than a couple gallons. Yeah, it doesn't hurt being Ricky Bobby. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really happy I didn't pour that back into a gas tank, because that is caca. That's not good gas. I mean, you could probably run it in a lawnmower or something. It probably wouldn't be a big deal, but that's no good. Is there still more? Yep. Doesn't gas break down plastics? Not polyethylene. I learned that. I saw that. I learned that somewhere. You got 5 gallons of grade A weed killer. Yeah, that fuel should be fine for lawnmowers. I just gotta figure out a way to get it to get that not in that. Damn. Pour it back into the tank. I gotta get my fuel funnel. I'll pour it into an empty jerry can, and we'll mark that can as bad gas. I have plenty of these things. I have plenty of gas cans left over from all the Route 154s. Route 154, EJ and Ernock's Excellent Adventure. I always have extras. Lawnmower gas. There we go. Would still work in a flamethrower to kill wasps' nests. Oh man, dude, that stuff smells. We're starting to headache. I opened up the door, don't worry. Where's my gas funnel? There we go, here's the gas funnel. Actually, no, that's, yeah, that'll work. That is a gas funnel. I have another one over here. I have lots of funnels thanks to chat. Lots of funnels. So I have this funnel is specifically, I use it specifically just for gasoline. It has a cap in it too, but I have it attached to old heater hose, so we can, you can pour it now. But the question is, how do you pour it without the funnel going overboard? And how do we pour that bucket without it making a mess? Siphon? Nah. We could siphon it, sure. But, I got a better idea. I'm thinking. Got a hand pump? No, I got an electric one though. Bro, that looks like apple juice. No, electric fuel pump, don't do that because you get spark near a source of ignition. Do it outside. You guys have no faith. Hold on a sec. I got the best solution out of all of them. There we go. Here. Yep. Okay. I got it. So we filled that bucket up all the way to the top, which means there was more than 5 gallons of gas in there. But I got another bucket. We got another bucket. Here, let me put the gas funnel away for now. Let's put the gas apparatus away. Why? And there was a lot of there's a lot of gas in there. Dude, guys, I don't know where all this gas came from. I'm not even kidding. I don't remember ever putting 10 gallons in this thing. I did the fuel system the other day, and I got the fuel system working, and I put a gallon of gas in. I measured. I actually measured it because I was like worried. I was like, I know we're going to have to drop that tank eventually. And the fuel gauge was reading empty. So I was like, oh, I'll just put a gallon of gas in. It's not a big deal. Yep. In reality, the fuel gauge is probably broken because the sending unit got obliterated by this gas.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Tape gifted a sub. Thanks to Ride Tech. Right on. I wonder why it runs rough. Yeah. So I probably put another gallon of gas in, dudes, thinking like, oh, it's empty. I'll pour it in. What probably should have tipped me off is that I poured it in and the fuel gauge didn't move. Yeah, that probably should have been a good sign. Yep. That probably was a pretty damn good indicator that the gauge was, that sending unit is destroyed, which it is. We've quickly figured that out because it was reading E with 10 gallons of gas in the tank. Frick, is there still fuel in this thing? A little bit. Not much, but a little bit. E is for extra fuel. Yeah. Sealed gas container in the sun. Classic. Eutychus, what would you be doing in this particular scenario? Just, out of, you're going to bust my balls for putting that. They're not sealed for what it's worth. I know because when I moved it, it leaked some out. But what's your solution here? Using DOT
Oh,
approved containers.
this is space. I'm in space.
Giza gifted us up a bucket of gasoline. Nice, nice. It's okay if it's not sealed. Yeah, I'll just crack the lids a little bit, but it did leak out. Yeah, DOT. Okay, DOT approved. Yeah. I have a lot of fuel jugs, but I don't want to make a bunch of them bad gas fuel jugs. You know what I'm saying, man? Picking up what I'm laying down? So yeah, that's dookie. Let's see. I think I can lift the tank up to get to the point where we put the rest in this DOT approved fuel jug. Is this DOT approved? Right here. Just here, look, ready? Is this DOT approved? You sure? No, it's all good, man. I'm just like, dude, I don't know if I want to mess up all my fuel jugs, to be honest with you. I don't want to mess up all the damn fuel containers. I mean, how many do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a couple down in the shed. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue, but I don't think I have 10 gallons worth of that, but whatever. This tank is empty. This tank is empty. Empty, the opposite of full. All right, let's see how much is left. Oh, yeah, the rust. Oh, all that extra rust coming off the top of the tank, and that's really good for it. Brush all the crap off the top of the tank. You know, that's a good idea, Tessa. I'm really happy I thought of it. Thank you for complimenting me on my genius. Okay. Some rust got into that damn thing. I can see it swirling around in that damn tank. That's not, idiot. That's not that. That goes here. There you go. There you go. That's right. It goes in the square hole. All right. This goes right here. All right. Let's
This is space. I'm in space.
yeah, they gifted us up to the square hole. My guy. This is not the right tool for the job. Be quiet. Here we go. Just getting the sending. I'm going to open up the sending unit. We're going to take a look. Okay, that's the retaining ring. I'm going to clean that before we go any further. Lick it. I'll give you $1. I'll give you $1 if you lick it, chat. $20 or no? Nah, not worth it. So usually this is a retaining flange, right? And you snap this into place, and when you pull it out, you should be able to pull the sender. Okay. Okay, there's your potentiometer. There's your fuel pickup. Oh. There should be something. There should be a sock filter on the end of this, and that's yeah, it's not there. So how this thing works, right, is as the fuel fills up, it moves the float, and the float moves the potentiometer in here, and the potentiometer will increase the resistance on the signal, right? This, guys, I'll be honest, this potentiometer and the float looks fine. The thing is, the strip, or not the strip. The strip actually looks good too, and that's the positive coming from the fuel gauge right there. This is to the fuel line, right? There should be a pickup on the end of this that with a sock, like a filter. The gasoline has decided to reduce that to nothing. Yeah. So, you know, that's good. Now there should be an O-ring here to seal this up. Good. There's still so much fuel in there. Oh my goodness. How am I going to get at that? So there's the O-ring for the seal. Wow, this is caca. What the hell is that? Are those bird seeds? Oh God, don't store cars outside. There's poo-poo in there. It looks like a dead bug as well. And bird seeds. Yep, okay. They look like sunflower seeds, actually. That's good. Cool. Well, this tank already has rust in it, so that's where I left my seeds. Yeah. The sending unit and everything looks okay. There should be a sock on the end of this. I mean, there usually is. Maybe on the Mopars there isn't. These are your vent lines for when you fill up gas. The air needs to go somewhere. Okay. Let's try to pour the rest of this out this hole here. this. Flip the tank over, huh? Yeah. Okay. I mean, overall, looking in the tank, it's definitely not rusty. There's just crap in the gas. Dumping out the filler neck is the way. Yeah. The problem is I think the filler neck goes into the tank a little ways. Like this pipe. You guys can't see it. The pipe goes, that pipe goes into the tank a good way. It's probably so the pump can figure out that it's full. But here, let me see if we can. See if we can just massage this one out of here. Yep, see what I mean? It went a little ways in. Okay, pouring out here now should be fine. How's that look? Looks okay. That in there. This is definitely sealed up, which is good. Okay. If you said put rags down before you do this pour, man, good for you. You win. Okay. You win. It's okay, it's just cleaning my floor. Where are my shop rags? But yeah, that's a zinc coated tank, guys. I'll show you the inside of it in a moment, but it's yeah, okay, there they are. I found them. It's a zinc coated tank. The inside of the tank actually seems all right. But yeah, this will clean up the floor. All that rubber that we put down on the floor, I'm sure this will clean it right up, get it right off the floor. I got this problem. Every time we do one of these streams, more and more of the car seems to find its way onto the ground. It's weird. I almost got all of it. Let's just... There's a lot of crap in there. That's a big freaking fuel tank, dude. Flip it over and it'll pour easier. Yeah. God, I'm worried about it coming out the filler neck. Or not the filler neck, the sending unit side. But yeah, actually, if we did something like this, we turn that like that, and then we did something like this. Oh, why you gotta do me like that? Come on. Yeah, fellas, I'll be honest with you. I have no freaking clue where all this gas came from. I don't ever remember putting this much fuel in this thing. But our tank is empty now, so how much gas is in there? Dude, there had to be 11, 12 gallons of gas in this thing. I don't know where that came from. I'm not even kidding. Unless somebody, like maybe when it was at my parents' house, my dad like topped it off or something, which means that would have been at least 5 years ago, which is, you know, good. Let me just clean this area up real fast, and then we'll get back to it. Oh, man, okay. It explains why it's varnished. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let me just make sure these buckets can actually vent. Cool. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be worth it when we can work on this car and not have the car fall off of it. It's gonna be worth it, EJ. It's gonna be worth it, right? Right? It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good thing. All right. Now we're good.
Swift Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
19 gallons worth of fuel in your area for when you want to fill it back up with clean stuff.
Oh. Nice, man. Thank you. I'm turning the fan on. The fumes are getting a little fumy. Yeah, we got enough gas for a good while. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Turning the fan on. Holy balls, that sucked. That wasn't cool at all. Dude, I swear, like, there was not that much gas in that thing. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I got all the crap out of the tank. So I'm gonna put the sending unit back in. Put this over here. I'm gonna put the sending unit back. I'm fine. I'm fine. It was just the tote falling over. Okay. I'm going to put the sending unit back in, just for now, so no crap gets in the tank. It's already pretty caca. We don't need it getting any more caca. Okay, so O-ring goes on there. The O-ring is still good, it's not cracked. So, there we go. And then the snap ring just loosely on there. Okay. All right. Well, that was a good amount of work. ChatGPT says 5 gallons could evaporate in a few days. You've been working out, your arms are looking kind of thick. Only with lifting stuff here, dude. Let me adjust this so you guys can see. Remo needs help. What's up? What does she need help with? Need help? What? What's up? Are you okay?
Yeah, I can't get underneath the oven closed. Can you just come look at it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, just, is it pressing? Like, do you want to fix now? Can I do it at break?
I want to fix now. I can't trust if it's open.
I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Look. The only thing holding this trunk pan in place was the top of the gas tank. Wow. How's the gas tank being held up? It's got retaining bolts and straps. The straps actually look fine. They're a little grimy, but we can clean them up. Ah, that's a little pitted. I mean, I'll clean it up. We'll clean it up and give them a paint. Yeah, see, the straps pick up on the back end of the car, and then on the front, you have a hole with bolts, and the bolts go through it, and those are the bolts that I undid. I'll put the straps with the tank. Okay. Hammer test. Test it is. What do you want me to hammer? Here, how about I drop a screwdriver through it? Does it go through? No. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, there's some rigidity in it. We could totally save this. Oh yeah, this is totally fixable. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know it's. Oh yeah. Ah, look at that. It's great. Try jumping? I'm not jumping on that, dude. Hell no. You're not jumping on that thing. Dude, if I jumped on that, I'd go right through it. It'd be like some Indiana Jones trap door stuff going on there. I'm good. We don't need to do that. Okay. I gotta wait for all these fumes on the floor for the gasoline to dry up if we're gonna cut at this thing. Because if we're gonna shoot sparks, we've got to make sure there's no gas around. Because the fumes will get. Maybe put it in rice. I think it's already dry. That might help. So yeah, we'll wait a second, and we'll wait for all the fumes to go away. Ugh. Dude, the factory didn't even paint under here. What the funkin' waggles? Oh. All right, let's fellas, let's get at the Let's go take a look at the frame rail underneath here. Oh my goodness. It looks like the Titanic under here. Not on the frame rails, not on the frame rails. But there, it does look like the Titanic. Yep. All right, here, I'll get you guys down here. Drawing the car like one of the French girls, yes. Yeah, the tank straps will clean up. I'm not too worried about those. Yeah, we'll clean it up, give them a good coat of paint. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Totally unrelated note, for no reason at all. When was your last tetanus shot? Dispatch, I've had one relatively recently. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Okay, here, ready? Whoop, welcome to underneath the car. Shocks, I told you, man, those shock absorbers look real good. But you know what's not good? That's not great. Yeah, it's a servicing port. All right, let's, where did I put the light? Where did I put the work light? Dude, you know what I just realized? That tank had 12 gallons in it and I bench pressed it. Hell yeah. Guys will look at that and go, hell yeah. That's pretty neat. Freaking bench press that sucker. It was heavy. Oh, it was heavy. That was a heavy tank. Dude, look at all the God rays. Don't think of it as a hole in the floor. Think of it more as you improve the lack of drainage from the factory. Yeah. All right. Okay, so here, look. This is the part that I said looks like the Titanic. Because it does. Let's take a peek. There's an exhaust bolt missing there. Glad I paid for that. You know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Really? Where is there not a mouse nest in this thing? Damn. The trunk crossmember is actually in decent shape. That's good. But see, look, this is all bare metal. They didn't even bother to paint it. I really don't understand why you do that, but whatever. There's your gas tank. That's where the gas tank kind of locks into. That's the top of it. This is the trunk cross member right there. That's actually okay. It's pretty damn good for not being painted. There's your Shaw, in case you were wondering. There's the bolts that were holding the straps. See them right there? They were welded. It was a bolt that was welded to the strap because, yeah, that right there. This piece of electronics right here is your sender. That's the sending unit wire. Oops, hold on. I'm sitting on the HDMI cable. Okay. I mean, yeah, we knew the trunk pan needed to be done. That's... And we knew the end of the frame rail wasn't too good. Those are factory holes. I'm not sure if that one is, but those definitely are. Yeah, there's the flange for the back of the frame rail has seen better days on both sides. This rear cross member just took a beating though. Yeah, and then there's where the straps pick up, the gas straps pick up on the back, and then the fill hole goes through there. You fill the filler holes behind the license plate. It's super cool, actually. Yeah, well, dude, what kind of speakers we got back there? Audio Vox? Nice! Bro, are those 6x9s for real? Those are 6x9s. What the hell are those doing in here? Oh, sick. All right. Pretty good, man. Freaking 6x9s. That's pretty cool. If you don't do it, you could make it an awesome subframe woofer. You need to pay me $1 for that. Non-negotiable, bro. That was bad, even for you. Okay. Okay. Guys, what we really need to do next is, I think the fumes are pretty much gone. Let me just sweep from underneath the dang thing, because we're gonna need to get down under there. Fortunately, less and less car is, you know, coming out every time.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Fine, but I demand beavers tomorrow.
No, no, this is not a negotiation. You're not getting beavers tomorrow. Screw you. Wait until you take the front apart. Yeah, when did you take the front apart? The front's not bad, dude, I'm telling you. Like, front's okay. I don't know how, but it's okay. Yeah, we might need some patches in the front. Maybe. I want Coco, I'm gonna go poopy. Yeah, it's because there's less and less car for it to fall off. I did see something up there, but it's not too bad. It's nothing like this. Hopefully there's no patch. If there's a patch job at the front, dude, I might throw in the towel. I'm not gonna lie to you. I might be like, yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. We're good. We're good. I'll find a two-door. Okay, where do we want to go with this for now? I don't know, man. Anything else you guys want to see? What's going on today? Hey, Thick, how you doing? We took the gas tank out, and I got the rear end up in the air. Found a lot of good things, found a lot of bad things. Whether it's more bad than good at this point, I'm not 100% sure. Angle grinder and some Iron Maiden. I think, yeah, if we want to further inspect this, I think cutting the center of the trunk pan out is probably a good idea. Once again, I was waiting on the, I spilled some gasoline over here when we dropped the tank out. I don't need sparks shooting onto gas fumes. That gets you atomization. Take all the trim off to see if there's any more hidden patches. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure we got most of the back. Yeah, unless there's anywhere else you guys can think of. The only way we're going to get further into this is if we start cutting. I wouldn't cut anything out till you have a replacement so you know how to cut. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably, I mean, I was thinking about that. It's not the worst idea. Man. I can't decide whether it's like good or if it's bad. Like, I'm pretty sure at this point everybody else would have given up, and don't worry, we're not, but like there's a lot of structure in this car that's good, but there's a lot of structure that's not. You know? Like, damn. Damn, dude. Crazy. You can always cut an access square hole in the quarter to see how bad the outer wheelhouse is. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the quarter's got to come off anyway, dude, to patch the wheelhouse. We can't patch the wheelhouse from the inside. And there's really no quarter left over here anyway, so. We need new wheelhouses. Oh, brother. This car stinks. Yeah. 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 Through all this, man, still rigid. Unbelievable. I just looked at the catalog. It's $360 for the trunk pan. Yep. Yep. Wheelhouses are 100 each. Now, to be fair, I think the inner wheelhouses are okay. Let me put it this way, we can patch the inner wheelhouses. For the most part, they're all right. We'll patch them when we get the trunk pan in. Holy buckets, dude. Unbelievable. There's like, I can't believe this thing can, like, Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. Just leave me alone. I hate that we get to the point here where I'm just like, I don't know if I should do this. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. I'm gonna keep telling myself that, okay? Oh man. Sorry, I'm in thinking mode again. The realization is starting to kick in. Yeah, fellas, I underestimated what this car needs, and that's my fault. It's okay. I was basing my, you know, what this car needs off of how it was in 2017, but how it was in 2017 is not how it is now. Okay. I mean, whatever. Like, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just... Thanks to this stream, I now have a phantom gasoline smell in your house. It'll be fine. Just take it slow. Could take a bit longer than you expected. That's what I'm worried about, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm really worried. It's okay. It's okay. We've done big projects before. Hey, the door locks work. Yeah. A little bit of car came out that time. A little bit more car came out that time. Man, ever since we got this thing like lubricated up, dude, shuts great. Okay, how much time do we have? Let me actually check. Time is
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Hootser, take the prime. You're gonna need it. Yep, I bit off a lot here. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot to fix this thing. It's gonna be a lot, like a lot to fix it. But that's what I mean. It's all right. It's not the end of the world. A lot of spot weld drilling is going to happen in our future here. A lot of spot weld drilling. So, all right. All right, let's take inventory. What do we need for the back here? Left and right quarters, or at least if we can find some kind of patching here. I don't know if they make the lower quarters. I know there are lower quarters from like here down, but I think they might be for a charger. Better to write down what I need. No, I'll just say it on the internet, man. It's fine. I'll write it down later. I think they make charger patch panels from like here down. It'd be kind of cool. You could graft some Dodge Charger panels to it. It should jive with the wheelhouse just fine. Maybe, oh, I misread that. Maybe better to write down what you don't need. You're going to have to spend like 6K in patch panels. Yep. Ken, that's, or Kevin, that's where I'm at, dude. Like, that's what I keep turning over in my head. I keep turning it over. You know, like, $6K in patch panels is approaching the price of a shell, of a two-door shell. That's approaching that price. Full coronet quarters are $225. Where are you getting that from? Sorry if you've already talked about it. Do you have a max budget you're willing to go before calling it? MR, yeah, we're near it. We're near the max budget. I don't want to give up on the damn car, dude, but this is... So, okay, all right. Could we do it? Yes. Can we afford it? Yes. We don't have to worry about labor charges. It's just straight parts. Do I have enough to buy the parts? Yes. Do I have enough to buy everything that this car needs right now? No. Do we need a lift? Most likely. Yes. We got to figure that into account. Do I need enough? I need to buy all the metal stock for the frame jig that we need to put this thing on to fix it. Yes. Will that be good? Yes. It's good to have the frame jig. So if a two-door comes along, we can use the frame jig to fix it. That's good. But I can't help but think in the back of my mind, that, you know, I mean, Kevin said it in the YouTube chat. Kevin, you said it right, dude. There's $6,000 worth of panels here. We need a trunk pan. I need trunk extensions. I need quarters. I need a new rear cross member. We need new outer wheelhouses on both sides. Possibly inners as well. That's the entire back of the car. That's the whole back of the damn thing. We need a frame rail patch on the left frame rail. This thing needs inner and outer rockers, both sides, whole length of the car. The doors are good. The post is good. That's fine. It needs a new front floor. The rear pan is good. The rear footwell pans are good. It needs a torsion bar cross member. And yeah, that's it, dude. That's the whole bottom. Well, it's not almost the whole bottom of the car, but it's close. There is a lot of good parts on this thing. Like, there's a lot of good pieces. The footwells are still good. The rear pan's good. The seat back's good. Inner wheelhouses don't look too bad. They can be patched. The firewall seems okay. It's got two good quarters on it. It's got a good hood. It's got a good deck lid. She has good glass. The windshield's good. Guys, like, I'll be honest, I want to do it, and I keep saying, well, you know, we'll commit to it. I know the car isn't worth saving. Like, I get it, and I want to learn, etc., etc. Like, but damn, dude, this is going to take a while. This is going to be a long one. Even if we work on this a lot, it's still going to be a long one. We're going to end up spending God knows how much. And then if I get it painted, we're looking at 10 G's. Like, I got to weigh my options, dudes. Because, you know, like, bit by bit. But there's some cash flow, yep. look at it this way. If you leave the car outside for 5 years, is it going to get in any worse state? Yeah, of course it is. What else will the driveline and engine go in? Actually, mechanically, this car is great. That's what really sucks. Mechanically, the car's mint. I mean, the motor probably could do with a rebuild. Transmission's fine. Drive shaft is fine. Rear end is fine. Front brakes work. Rear brakes definitely work, except for the brake line. That's not a lot to fix. It's got some electrical gremlins, but that's not a big deal. It's the structure that's killing me, dudes. That's what's killing me. Yeah, well, bit by bit, we can do it. I have a question, and I'll leave this up to you guys, okay? I have a question. I'll leave it up to all of you. Don't make a snap decision. Give yourself time to think. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Here's my question. If I find a two-door shell that has no floors in it, what we could do is pull the good floor out of this thing, right? And put it in a two-door shell. Like, so if I find a two-door with quarters and everything, right, that's totally gone, we could pull all of the parts out of this thing. We could pull what the rear pan, the rear footwells, the rear pan, the rear fascia is fine. The deck lid, we could pull all of it, and we could cut up this car and cut up a two-door and make a good one. Then it wouldn't be a crew cab. That's right. It would be a 2+2. But would you guys be cool with that? We might be able to get a two-door that's really far gone. And we might be able to take the good parts out of this thing and parts it together with a two-door. And it wouldn't be the crew cab Charger anymore, which kind of sucks, but fix the one area that's the worst and go from there. Sounds like way more work. Or just keep going and fixing this. Keep going and fixing this is fine. What parts are easier to source for the lowest cost? Two-door. So Kyron, like, there's four-door parts that they just don't make, and there's parts of the four-door, like the door jamb for the back door. They don't make that anymore. They haven't made that in 50 years. How much overlap would there be between in terms of where the rot would be? About the same. This thing has normal rust in the normal spots, but some of it is abnormal too, like the inside of the frame rail. That's weird. Do the Franken Dodge. If they make a Charger quarter, I'll put a Charger quarter on the back. Screw it. Why not? Right? That would be cool. I would be okay with that. You know what, man? It's got to stay the crew cab Charger, right? If you find a two-door shell in that unicorn condition, if you can get a two-door that's not gone, it sounds like a plan. I'll look around. Don't get something worse. Use the budget and buy something nicer and fix what's left. Yeah. I'm just curious how you guys thought, what you guys thought about that. No. You know what? Frick that. I've been sniffing too much gasoline fumes. Not on purpose. No, we'll do it. We'll do it. I'm not bitching out. No way. We're not doing that. I'm not bitching out. Frick that. I said I'm going to finish it. Let's fucking finish it. Okay. Got to commit. That's right. We're going to. All right. I'll figure out what my homework to do here, and you guys can help me with this if you want. You want to shoot me a DM. We need to find quarters. They don't make a four-door quarter, and I don't want to spend $600 on a two-door quarter panel that we're going to cut in half anyway. So we got to find patches. If they make a patch piece here, we're going to be in business. That'll really help us out. If it has to be from a Charger, I'm pretty sure it's similar. Fine. We need both quarters. Full stop. We need both quarters. The rear fascia panel is not bad. The rear fascia panel's not bad. It's got a little bit of a hole in it. I can patch that with metal from the hardware store. It's not a big deal. The headlight bezel mounts are good. The trunk mount is good. All that goes on the rear fascia panel. That's fine. I'm cool with that. We need some of the trunk connectors shot. Yeah, that's no good. Here, come here, look at this. We need trunk gutter rails at the corners. They make those. I know they make them. Not an issue. Look. The drip rail. See that? We need this. They make these. That's fine. 2-door and 4-door, it's the same. This one's okay. How's that looking? Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. The rest of the trunk flange looks actually pretty okay. So, we got to get the rear fascia plate off. There's a hole in it right there, but that's just a flat piece of metal. A flat piece of metal with a flange for the pinch weld. It's basically just a piece that looks like this. Right? It's basically an L. We could patch that. That's no problem. But we got to get it off to do that. Okay? So, fascia panel we can patch. That's something that we can get done. Quarters are going to be a big, yeah, if we can find the right patch, I got to cut this panel out so we can get at the wheelhouses. I know that there's enough structure in the car to be able to do that, and it's not a big deal. We're going to need a new trunk pan. We need a new trunk pan. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now that inner wheelhouse over there looks okay. Might be able to patch that flange. That's no problem. That one is struggling a little bit, but that's the only bit of rust. I do see daylight right there. We'll have to look at that. Either way, that's fixable. It's a flat edge. If it's a flat edge, I can get at it. You know, it's just weird edges or where there's no edge that's going to be a problem. And that's what I mean about the outer wheelhouses. The outer wheelhouses are shot. They need to be changed on both sides. And we got to cut the quarters out to get at them. And we have to undo the C-pillar as well, which we're going to need some bar stock to get this thing back together. But it's okay. All right, so what do we absolutely need? I need extension left. I need extension right. We need the pan. Now the frame rail at the very end is shot, and then the frame rail is a little bit rusted right there because there's crap in it. What we can do is once we get the pan, what's left of the pan out, we drill the spot welds there, you drill the spot welds there, get this thing out of here, right? And then you have access to the inner channel and the frame rail. If there's anything wrong with it, we'll reinforce it. I'll plug weld and reinforce the damn thing. It's not going to look pretty, but it'll be strong and no one will ever see it because it's inside of the frame rail. When we put the new trunk pan on, we'll be good. But yeah, see, we need quarters. See the hole over there? We found that last stream. Okay, so we absolutely need a trunk pan. I need a left extension. I need a right trunk pan extension. I need a drip rail right here. I can patch the rear fascia. I could patch that with just some metal. I'm sure I have some extra metal lying around. Yeah, let's start pricing out parts to fix the back of the car, and we'll go from there. Are you gonna dip the shell? No. What? Dude, I don't have the money to do that. Well, not the money. Like, what am I gonna dip it? What about the rear valance under the lights? It's pretty messed up. Gil, that reminds me, we absolutely need a rear cross member. It's called the rear cross member. We need that. That holds the ends of the frame rails together, and the fascia mounts on the cross member. You need that. The pinch weld at the rear fascia picks up on the cross member. We have to do that. When we pulled the rear bumper off, most of what was left of the rear cross member came with it. Don't worry, there's still some attached right here, but I'm pretty sure that that's not structural anymore if it's making that noise. So we need a rear cross member, pan, extensions left and right, quarters, outer wheelhouses left and right, and I think that's it. I think that's everything. I mean, that's, and the drip rail. Okay, cool. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I got to keep reminding myself that I'm doing this to learn how to do it. I'm not doing this to fix it, to flip it, you know? Nice, friend. That's cool. EJ rebuilding his whole car body. Well, I changed my brake pads a couple of times. Yep. If you're gonna put carpet in the trunk, it'd be easier to just use regular sheet metal to patch the trunk floor. Muppet, there ain't anything left to patch to, dude. I'm just gonna get a factory pan. That is gonna eliminate, dude, the factory pan will just eliminate a lot of headaches, dude. Like, that's it. It's just gonna, there's nothing here. I mean, yeah, we could flat sheet metal it if we want, dude, but like I said, I want to learn how to do it right, and that's what's going to kill my wallet, but I want to learn how to do it right. I want to learn how to put a factory trunk pan in these things. I'm pretty sure I've watched enough YouTube to understand the concept, but understanding the concept doesn't mean you can do it, right? I don't say this lightly, but get some quotes for sandblasting the whole car. No, I'm good. There's going to be no rust left here because we ship of Theseus the back of the car, Hellfish. I'm not worried about that. It'll also be a wealth of information to others. I know I'll be coming to you when I get around to the Bel Air. Yep. Found its twin in Kansas. Inspiration, let me see. Oh, yeah. Car looks great when it's cleaned up, dude. I love it. Dude, the 440 trim looks better than the 500 trim. I'm sorry. It just does. All right. Okay. I've repeated it enough in my mind to know what we need. I'm going to go start pricing this stuff out, and we'll see what we got. So... yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I just gotta have confidence in myself to do this. Wait, but remember, William Bradford, speaking in 1640, on the founding of the Plymouth Bay Colony, said all difficult actions are overcome with answerable courage. Yeah, we'll do it, Coltec. We'll do it. Can I paint the car? Hell no. Well, I don't know, Geeson. That depends. Are you a painter? Yeah, friend, exactly. Yep. There's like channels in the trunk pan all over the place to create structure. Yep. If this capsule decade of progress teaches us anything, the exploration of space will continue. Whether we choose to be a part of it or not, we need to be a part of it. We need to lead it. For the eyes of the world, now look to the trunk pan of this car. To the quarters and to the rear fascia beyond. Yeah. All right, cool. Plan of attack. That's, is good plan. You know what would be kind of cool, dudes, what I was just thinking? Interesting thing. There is some part of this trunk pan that's actually okay. Like, what's left of it is not bad. There's some parts that are even not pitted. You know what we could do? We could cut out the trunk pan, and don't throw away the metal. We cut out the trunk pan, and we cut out bits, you know, what's left of it, we take it and cut it, and we patch other things with it. So we don't ship of Theseus the car. I like that. That's a good idea. I'm doing that. We do this and the other things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about, friend all. You know, we choose to go to the moon and do the other things, like restore a 56-year-old car. Shall be the goal of the streamer, before this decade is out, to put this car back on the road and drive it successfully to Florida. What do you think? Should we make Artemis 2 our deadline? You really think you could get this done in this decade? Artemis 2 is scheduled for early 2026. That gives us 6 months. Park it next to the VAB for the Apollo photo op. Jim, if we did that, what I would want is an NSF logo, but like NSF in like TypeScript, how they used it, like a hand-painted sign, hand-painted NSF logo, like on the car. Like, like somebody just took a stencil and put NASA spaceflight on it, and then drive that down there. Artemis 3? No. I'm not sure you'd be jinxing, but it'd be a bad idea. Yeah, I know. Sounds like an expensive timeline. Well, SLS is expensive, so it works. That would go diabolically hard. There's a 68 two-door Super B with a 383 four-speed, man. New floors, new trunk, asking $8,500. SLS is also hugely behind schedule. And Hellfish, you were the one sitting here a second ago saying that, you know, we're going to need more time for it. So, is it going to take a long time or is it not going to take a long time? Yeah, shut up. Think before you talk. Boom. Freaking roasted. Needs to be the worm style though. Not the right time period, dude. I gotta ask the people at NSF to come up with a retro logo. Just buy a couple donor cars for patches and parts. It's like having a scrapyard. I did it years ago with your Celica and Morris Miners. Great seeing a rack in your shed full of spares. Why NSF when it could be EJ? Whatever. What about Cornet merch to help? I'm working on it. All right. Yeah, we got to start. I think we're at the point where there's really no point in cutting up any more of the car unless we have replacement pieces. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. what part are you going to tackle first? We're going to build the back of the car. That's where we're going to start. I'll start with the pan. We got to... So actually, what we really should start with is the rear fascia. That's the plan of attack for the next stream when I get the parts. We got to drill the spot welds out of the rear fascia. We got to get that part off, believe it or not. Yeah, we got to get that part off. But now that I'm thinking about it, the rear fascia is probably the only thing holding this thing together. So I'm going to need some bar stock to help us here. But then again, yeah, maybe we take measurements. Turbo. I mean, we got to get the rear fascia off anyway if we're going to redo the rear cross member, so. Yep. All right. Bless you. Thank you. Use box, it's stronger, sure. Yeah, we'll, all right, I got the plan. I'm getting this right in my head. Yeah, still smells like gas in here, dude. Yeah, we gotta clean back here, drill out the fascia, and see what surprises are behind that. Oh, look, more Bondo. All right. Damn, I actually got that in the trash. That's pretty good. I gotta see how this kind of all comes together. Yeah, I'm seeing the spots. Damn, I want to drill this out now. I want to start. I psyched myself up. I want to start doing this. The quarters are still the big one, though. At least for the back of the quarter, we got to figure out a way to patch it. But we should get the trunk pan extensions in there first. Yeah, okay, so once we get the rear fascia out, sorry, I was just thinking, once we get the rear fascia out, rear cross member off, there's not going to be much holding this thing together. Except, I mean, the wheelhouses will hold it. But we could take measurements here. We take measurements between everything. We should be able to figure out where everything lives. Take a measurement from the end of the quarter to the end of the quarter on either side, like a cross measurement here. We take those measurements, we write them down, it should be good. We should be able to line it all up again. The drip rail and the trunk flange here should give us some structure. And once we pull the rear fascia off, we could do the drip rail on this side that needs to be fixed because that one's totally gone. We could do that. Rear fascia off, patch the rear fascia. When the back panel is off, that's when we'll get at the trunk floor. Drilling all the spot welds out. Yep. Yep. Oh man, I want to start working on this now, damn it. Double nuts, you were on Summit. All right, cool. All right, dudes. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll start Space News. And then after Space News, we got Red Dead tonight, baby. We got Red Dead. For After Hours, we got to get part 2 of How Did MSC Go? I'm not dead. Okay. Yeah, we'll start. I'll buy the trunk pan. Buy the trunk pan and we'll go from there. And once the trunk pan is in, right, then we got to saw the quarters. Saw the quarters, wheelhouse left and right, quarters, trunk extensions on, quarter panel back in. Actually, you know, and then, yeah, fix whatever frick-ups we have with the frame rails. That's actually not bad, dudes. I'm serious, and I already, don't worry about like thinking that this is me talking myself into it. I already did that first of all. That's not bad. It really isn't. The big one is the quarter. That's the big thing. This is what I got to figure out. This is pretty good metal up until about here, and then it's not good metal. But we have to cut this out so we can replace a piece that's basically right here. And I'm kind of worried what that's going to do over here, like with this side of the car. Yeah, we're good. We're just gonna, I mean, what we could always do is if I make my lines nice and straight, we can always just take the panel off and then zap it right back in. If we do it in the right spot, nobody will ever notice, and then we just gotta, you know, tack it back in, make sure it's straight, and then zap it back in. Yeah. I got the tractor flipped. I got it home, yeah. I didn't get the trailer, though, and we didn't get any tires either. But we got paid for the firewood, so we're good. Yeah. Yep. All right. Okay, guys. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back for Space News and then Red Dead. Or, if you guys want, we could just go right to Red Dead. It's really up to you. Nah, I said we'd do Space News today. We can't not do it. So, yeah. I'll be back in a little bit. And then we'll jump into Space News. Sorry, guys, no burnout today. There's no more smoking out the garage. At least not for a little bit. We don't have any gas tank. Yeah, this is not going to be, it's not going to be too bad. All right, cool. There's a fair bit of Space News. You would not advise skipping it. All right, cool. The burnout was great. It was an awesome scene transition, wasn't it? All right, stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected. Okay. That's gonna do it for part 9, dudes. We got a project, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll do it. Took a lot of convincing, but we'll do it. So, stand by for a quick momentary loss of signal. I'll see you guys. I'm just gonna go grab some dinner, and then I gotta take a shower because I don't want to gunk up my keyboard too much. Yeah. Does it smell like fuel in the office? No, my hands smell like fuel. So I gotta go wash up real quick. And I got gas all over my shirt too. So I gotta go wash up real quick. We gotta figure out those quarter panels. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah. Alright. Enjoy the music. I'm going to jog the VOD. On YouTube, there will be a pretty long loss of signal just while I go take a shower. I'll start up the YouTube stream again when we start Space News. In the meantime, on Twitch, enjoy the tunes. I'll be back.